Race Day live from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. We'll go to air at 6:30 tonight. The pregame is at 6:45. And first race post time is at 7 o'clock. Just a note in the backstretch, in the paddock and the ship-in area, there will be a memorial horseshoe in honor of the late Boyd McDonald after race 3. Requesting all drivers in uniforms, please do attend the winner's circle. No warm-ups after the third race as we conduct the memorial horseshoe in honor of the late Boyd McDonald.
they come. Post time.
Deep stretch now. Shut the camera up.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Old Home Week 2023 continues on this Wednesday night. It is Race Day live from beautiful Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. And we are set to go with the overlooking legendary Charlottetown Driving Park here at Redshores. And I think we're zooming right into the track record here. It's Lee Drake along with Kurt Hughes and Ken Morganton. Vance Cameron's in the booth calling all the action. The center field and the entire grounds look absolutely fantastic. Lawns and Beyond did some work on that, and also our maintenance and track team led by Andrew McKay, Ron Judson, Jamie, Gary, Mark, Brett, Donnie, Anne Marie. Great job. And here is the track record by Sintra, of course, and Wyas Lotus, 150-1. There are a lot of eyes on that as we get set to go here, guys. And it all started last night with that post position draw from the Gold Cup ambassadors. And they got it rolling around 8 o'clock. And, boy, what a field it is coming up on 64th running of the Gold Cup and Saucer. $100,000 on the line. There's a smash the record for $10,000. $5,000 of that is going to the horse or the winner, the owner who gets that. And the rest of the field will get a chunk of it as well. So P.L. Ozzy's going to roll it off the gate. Emma Richard is the ambassador. Jody Sanderson, Darren Smith, Michael McKenna, Sean McIsaac. Jody Jameson will do the driving for trainer Danny McDonald, who, by the way, will be coming up on our pregame. But, man, oh, man, it is one deep field.
Yeah, it sure is. And leaving from post two's Lawless Shadow just missed. P.L. Ozzy got the best of him there at the wire, but it was a really good second-place finish. He got a bite taken out of him early with a big three-wide move around that first turn, and he didn't clear up till near the quarter. So he'll be better on Saturday night. American History kind of got a roughed-up beginning, but he really rallied late and was a good second. Twinbee, tough enough, raced well. He is post 4 for Gilles Barrio. And Fun at the Beach, he exploded out of the two-hole to win his trial for Scott Young, and so he was really good. It's a really deep field, like you say, Lee. And Ken, you got the next four.
Yeah, Fun at the Beach at the Millionaire Sparks. That Mark Ford, Jeff Gillis, 1-2 punch in the race. I like him, but I don't like him on top. The B2B, the 6th, third in trial 2. Jason Hughes looking for that elusive Gold Cup and Saucer, 151-4 performer in his debut at Red Shores. Roll him. Mark Campbell looks for 4. He was second in trial 1, a very good second. 8, Major Hill. How about Brett McDonald? He gets the drive there. He was third last year with Rodina Road. Colin Johnson trains that classy 10-year-old by Art Major. And the top pick, the lock of the night, the 9, Covered Bridge, 151-2, a training trip, acclimating mile in trial 2. 149-4, Yonkers track record holder. He equaled it this year. Jordan Stratton, the 36-year-old from Ohio, ships in. He'll be here. 5,000 career victories, $94 million. No stranger to big races. Jordan Stratton looking for that trip with 9, Covered Bridge in the second tier. Ice cold 9-5-2, Kurt.
Yeah, so that's your picks, Ken and Kurt. We're going to have more picks as we roll out this week, and we have a new promotion that's going on. We'll have much more on that coming up on the broadcast as well. Let's send it upstairs now to Vance Cameron. We got this cloudy evening, a bit cooler out there tonight, Vance, but the action is hot on the track.
Hot, 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 Mr. Drake. And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And welcome to the Redshores Racetrack and Casino at the Charlottetown Driving Park for tonight's racing program. It's event number 31 of the meeting. Fast track conditions, 18 degrees Celsius, the temperature at this time in Charlottetown. The track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Atlantic Province's Harness Racing Commission. Tonight, the senior judge is Mr. Kent Butler. The associate judges are Mr. Dylan Allain and Mr. Robbie Shaw. Now here are the changes on tonight's program. In the first race tonight, number 3, Roustabout Hanover, adding spreaders and knee boots. Number 5, Time and Again, has been scratched. Race 1, scratch number 5, Time and Again. Turning over to race number 2, the 3-entry Hamac Powerball is now a gelding. Turning over to race number 3, the 1-entry Crimson and Clover will go from an open to a blind bridle. No changes in the 4th. Turn over to race number 5, featuring the Super High 5. In the 5th race, number 8, She's Rock and Fame will go from a open to a blind bridle. Open to blind bridle on number 8, She's Rock and Fame in the 5th. Turning over to race number 6, a division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes, scratch number 3, Sonny Jacks. He will not go. Race 6, scratch number 3, Sonny Jacks. Turning over to race number 7. In the 7th race, scratch number 5, Southfield Sandy, and scratch number 6, Arnold the Paperboy. In the 7th race tonight, we have scratches of 5, Southfield Sandy, and 6, Arnold the Paperboy. No changes in the 8th race. Go to race 9. In the 9th race, number 1, Rock'em Sock'em Scott has a chart line. It's from the 13th of August at Inverness Raceway. On the fast track, scoring from post 2 and finished 3rd, was race timed in 1:59 and 3. Donald Kennedy was the driver. No changes in race number 10. In the 11th race, number 4, Check Your Source, adding a Tony Morgan spreader outside. That's going to wrap up the changes at this time on tonight's racing program. First race post, it's set for 7 o'clock. We're down to 22 minutes to the first race post time.
Race Day Live continues from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Welcome to our on-track and off-track customers. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge that the land upon which we gather is unceded Mi'kmaq territory. Abogwed, Mi'kmaq is covered by the historic treaties of peace and friendship. We pay our respects to the indigenous Mi'kmaq people who have occupied this island for over 12,000 years, past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, if you are able, for the playing of our national anthem. to Race Day Live.
And welcome back to Race Day Live here in Charlottetown. Beauty of a night. We have cloudy conditions. The wind is not a factor there tonight. A little cooler at 18, and we're going to start things off with 11 pack here tonight. And the Isle Pick 5 kicks off that 1,500 guarantee pool on race number 1. Low 15% takeout. That's coming up here to kick things off. As we said on the pregame, we teed it up a little earlier. Trainer Danny McDonald with us tonight, trainer, owner, driver, of course, with PL Aussie. He's going to be sending out Off the Rail on Saturday night. And no stranger to the Gold Cup and Saucer. His father, Paul, won the Cup in 1987. Uncle Mike won the Gold Cup 5 times. And tonight we're going to honor your father-in-law, Boyd McDonald, as well. So, Danny, welcome to Race Day.
Thanks, Lee.
So we are getting set tonight. First of all, we want to ask, and everyone's talking about PL Aussie and that exciting win in trial number 3. Your thoughts on the race and how he came out of it?
Well, it was a pretty exciting night, Lee. For 7/8 of a mile, it didn't look like it was going to shape up that way. He was just a recent purchase, super nice horse that we really didn't know a lot about. Mm-hmm. We've kept the lines of communication open with the former trainer, and he's been great on the oddities of him. And but anyway, the Gold Cup and Saucer proves it doesn't always turn out the way you draw it up. I mean, yeah. Jason and I had a little pre-game meeting there and consider what scenarios might take place, and that was the last thing we thought we were going to be doubled up for 7/8 of a mile. Mm-hmm. It wasn't in our playbook, but fortunately for us, it worked out fine. He's come out of the race really well. He's a really easy keeper. He was a pretty popular guy down there after the races on Monday. Mm-hmm. But he's super nice to have around, good with the kids, and I kind of like to keep him fresh. So he goes to the farm right after he races, and he stays out Darren Smith's farm there for 2 or 3 days. Probably take him back in tomorrow or Friday, and game day there Saturday. So we're pretty pleased with the way he's bounced back. I
have to ask you about the draw last night, the all-important post position draw, key in any race, of course, especially in a half-mile race and the Gold Cup and Saucer. You land on the rail. Your thoughts there?
Well, the guy that put the ownership group together, Jody Sanderson, he's got a history here at the Gold Cup and Saucer, and it's not a very good one.
Yeah.
He's been taking horses here for years and years, and he's drawing nothing but 7 and 8. 3 trials this year. One had 7 in it, and he drew 7. But that being said, things may have changed. The luck may have changed. The rail is a funny place for some horses. Some can spring very well, where others take a little bit to get in gear. But we're going to find out on Saturday night how he handles it.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to bring up a picture here. We're going to take you back to 1987 when your dad, Paul McDonald, drove Gimbal to victory there in 87. And share some of your memories of that. I mean, we were both much younger then. I was around 18. You were around 15 at the time. What can you share with us about that night?
Well, that was another exciting night, Lee, for sure. Funny story around that night. Gimbal wasn't considered a contender in that race. And me being 15 years old, winning's kind of a priority. Mm-hmm. So my Uncle Mike had actually the favorite in that race, favorite or second favorite, a horse called Southern Governor. So I figured I'd set up camp in Mike's with Mike there, and he let me warm up and stuff like that. It was great. But unfortunately, Mike's horse made a break leaving the gate. Was out of contention right off the bat, and as soon as Gimbal crossed the wire, I wasn't long jumping the fence and making my way up to the winner's circle to celebrate. So yeah, it was an awesome night, and it's one our family's remembered for many years.
For sure. And Mike won the Cup 5 times, still a record here, and it's always exciting to see him come home. And it was always exciting to see your dad. He won many driving championships over the years here, and get mm-hmm. it done on the Gold Cup and Saucer. I'm going to switch gears here, talk a little bit Memorial Horseshoe tonight. Another very touching moment for your father-in-law, Boyd McDonald, long-time and respected horseman, over 1,000 wins, mostly with his own horses. And owned and trained many great horses over the years around the Gold Cup too, and he invested a lot in the Gold Cup.
Absolutely, Lee. I mean, he was a giant in the industry in many ways. Mm-hmm. Whether he was buying overnight race horses or free-for-all horses to win the Gold Cup and Saucer. Later in his career, he was heavily invested in a number of yearlings. But yeah, Boyd loved to win as much as anybody, and as I say, I think he over 1,300 all with his own. Yeah. There's something to be said for that, and it tells you how much of an investment he had in the business. And You know, he had some real good horses back in the day, Mastering and you know, Worthy Gift and Full Flight, and he chased the Gold Cup and Saucer as actively as anybody back then. You know, he was close. I think he had a couple of seconds. I think Mastering was second, and I think Shailene Globe might have been second as well, and Mastering was third another time. But it really tells you how tough of a race it is to win the Gold Cup and Saucer. I mean, you had mentioned Mike there winning it 5 times, but when you do the math on taking 2 or 3 horses here for 25 or 30 years straight, all of a sudden it's not, you know, you're talking 100 times trying to win it. So Boyd, it was really near and dear to him, and unfortunately he didn't get there, but he's had many great successes over the years. So
absolutely. We have a couple of pictures we're going to roll in. First, Worthy Gift here. We're going to roll that one, and then another photo that, and Boyd, every time he stepped on the track, he was a competitor, and his horses always were super competitive, Danny, and there's another great stretch drive there, Worthy Gift, a horse that a lot of people knew.
Yeah, he was a family favorite for sure. He's probably Boyd's favorite, I would guess. But you know, when you turn over as many horses as he does, and you know, he'd be a Tuesday night in Moncton and a Wednesday night in Summerside and a Thursday night in Charlottetown, and you know, and ran a very successful business as well. He was a you know, a pretty busy guy, but the horses were truly his passion.
Great shot there, the Wall Hennessy Memorial years ago, and he got the job done that night as well with another great victory. So, you know, it's really special to have you on here tonight, Danny. I know it's a special tribute coming up to Boyd after race 3, and you know, of all the Gold Cup history that you have in your family, you're going to be leading that post parade on Saturday night, and that's got to be very special too.
It truly is a special feeling. Yeah, I didn't, you know, 3 weeks ago, this wasn't even on our radar. We didn't even have a horse, you know, so the fact that I've been blessed with this horse. You know, maybe the stars are going to align this time. He certainly showed he has a quick turn of foot there on Monday night. Now, obviously, the race is so competitive. Any horse in that race could win. I think it's the deepest field I've ever seen for the Gold Cup and Saucer. And throw the fact that you know, probably the best horse of the favorite drew 9. It's an interesting dynamic. So, you know, I wouldn't be surprised anything could happen on Saturday night. So I'm just happy to be part of it.
Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Lee.
Danny McDonald joining us on the pregame on race day, and it continues next at Charlottetown.
Evening's first race on the track set for the post-parade, Parkdale Homecoming. Number 1, Thinking of Eddie, is owned by Tyra Perry of Tignish and Brady Sweet of Springfield West. Brady Sweet, the trainer-driver. Walk-in Staggerell wears number 2. The owners are Lodgenash, Doyle, Sherry, and Cameron. Taylor Doyle, the trainer, Chillsbury. Roustabout Hanover wears 3, owned by Carol Campbell of Bedeck, Nova Scotia. Claire McDonald, training and driving. 4, Marley's Boy, owned by Wade Piccone of Stanchel, trained by Earl Watts. David Dowling drives. 5 is Scratch. 6 is Quick Glance, owned by Suzanne McKagan of Nova Scotia and Douglas Hudson of Delaware, trained by Blaine McKenna, Corey McPherson. Number 7, Nuttin' But a Good Time, is owned and trained by Jerry McDougall of Cardigan, Miles Heffernan. Number 8 is Callistical, owned by Amanda McTavish of Harrington, Barry McTavish of Belfast, Stephen Murphy, trains and drives. 4 minutes wagering time on the first race. It's the start of the I'll Pick 5 with the $1,500 guaranteed pool and the low 15% takeout. Kurt Hughes, Ken Workenden, up next on Race Day.
Hi, I'm Gold Cup Ambassador Cassie Story. Get ready for the greatest show in harness racing, the 64th running of the Gold Cup and Saucer, presented by Atlantic Lottery this Saturday night. Watch and wager from your favorite location through hpibet.com.
Okay, Ken, I don't know about you, but I'm ready for the Gold Cup and Saucer. I am hyped up. What a field it is, and what a race it's going to be.
I'm revved up as well, and I didn't want to overcook it, if you will. You know, study long, study wrong, so I went right to it.
Yeah, I like your pick. I think I'm going to go with you. I think Cover Bridge is the horse to beat, but I do like PL Ozzy on the rail. It'd be great to see Danny and his crew get it done from the rail. Jody Jameson picks up a live mount. A great interview there from Danny as well, so good luck to them as they try to win their first Gold Cup and Saucer on Saturday night. We are on race 1 right now, 3 minutes to post. It is the Parkdale Homecoming, and it is the start of the I'll Pick 5. Kicks off here in race 1 with a $1,500 guaranteed pool, 15% low takeout on that wager as well. And so we're going to focus in on your top choice. This is Roustabout Hanover, owned by Carol Campbell of Bedeck, Nova Scotia. Claire McDonald, the trainer and driver. 2-year-old gelding by Betting Line. Pretty nice debut there in Churro.
Yeah, fresh off that excellent career debut, finishing a solid second. Timed in 1:59.4 with a final quarter of 29 seconds flat. Draws well here to continue progressing for Claire McDonald. Right now, 4-5.
Brady Sweet aboard the 1, Thinking of Eddie, owned by Tyra Perry of Tignish. Brady Sweet of Springfield West. And Brady's also the trainer. A nice rally in that PEI Colt Stake last time out.
Yeah, this one, Peng Shui Philly has picked up checks in all 3 starts at Summerside, so pretty inspiring there. Too far back in most recent. Lands the rail here. Certainly has license to improve. And if you're shopping, 6-1. Not bad.
Okay, here's my top choice. Marley's Boy. You like this one for third. 2-year-old gelding by Better Than Cheddar. Wade Piccone of Stanchel is the owner. Breeder Earl Watts, the trainer. A nice third and a long journey last time out.
Yeah, Better Than Cheddar gelding. He's hit the board in both starts. Very encouraging. Returns to Charlottetown with a chance to progress further. Couple of third-place finishes. He can certainly improve on that for trainer Earl Watts. And we want to point out the favorite. The 3 Roustabout Hanover adding spreaders and knee boots tonight. A very interesting addition to the equipment of the favorite here. So I again played 3 over the 1-4.
Okay, countdown clock is in. The field is lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It is the Parkdale Homecoming Pace. They'll be trackside with the winner, and now let's send it upstairs for the first time to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Thinking of Eddie. Walk in, stagger out. Roustabout Hanover. Marley's Boy. Quick glance. Nothing but a good time. Colistical, top of the stretch. They're approaching a start. The rough and pacing Marley's Boy leaving out. Walk in, stagger out, going with him. Thinking of Eddie, third into the turn to get away fourth. That is Roustabout Hanover. Now fifth is Quick Glance. Nothing but a good time and Colistical. As they arrive at the 8th, driving up from the outside, Marley's Boy for David Dowling will take over the lead. Walk in, stagger out. Now races second. Thinking of Eddie got away third. Then in fourth, along the rail, Roustabout Hanover. Fifth is Quick Glance. Back into sixth is Colistical, and trailing the field, nothing but a good time. They arrived at the quarter in 29 and 3, and it's Marley's Boy with Dowling out in front by 3. Walk in, stagger out, races second. Thinking of Eddie, out of the turn third. Roustabout Hanover goes fourth. Racing from fifth, that's Quick Glance. Colistical has 6, and trailing the field, that is nothing but a good time. They're halfway home in the opener, led by Marley's Boy. Walk in, stagger out is second. There goes Thinking of Eddie to the outside third. Fourth up the rail, Roustabout Hanover. 59 seconds flat. They're over to the half mile. At the 5/8, Marley's Boy the leader. Thinking of Eddie goes under heavy urging second. Third up the rail, Walk in, stagger out. Then in fourth, it's Roustabout Hanover. Fifth is Quick Glance. Then sixth, that is Colistical. And the trailer, nothing but a good time. They arrived at 3/4. Marley's Boy getting them there. Walk in, stagger out is reclaimed second. 3/4 up in 1:29 flat with an 1/8 of a mile left to go. Marley's Boy clear on the lead, turning home. Walk in, stagger out is second. Way wide, Roustabout Hanover coming late in third. But it's Marley's Boy on the line here for David Dowling. Roustabout Hanover was second. Walk in, stagger out will be third. 1:58.3.
Okay, we're going to get a look at the Race 1 slow-mo brought to you by Universum Media, and it was the Parkdale Homecoming Pace, and it was Marley's Boy and Dowling controlling things here.
Yeah, your top pick, right? There.
Yep.
Okay, good job
Yep.
there. Marley's Boy and David Dowling setting up shop and carving out and rating an easy pace here. 29-3, 59, 129 for the first lifetime win in 3 starts, a son of Better Than Cheddar. 158-3. Coming late and forced 3 wide around tiring cover was Roustabout Hanover for Claire McDonald. We all know she's Canada's winningest female driver, and on September 10th they're going to have Claire McDonald Day at Truro. It's a fundraiser for the Alzheimer's Society, so good luck with that. Coming on late for second. Walk in and stagger out was third in this spot here, so it's a 4-3-2 in the opener. Marley's Boy.
Into the first race winner, circle number 4, Marley's Boy. Bay pacing gelding 2 by Better Than Cheddar off the Western Ideal Dam. Private Joke, a homebred of Wade Piccone of Stanchel. Trained by Earl Watts. Driven to victory by David Dowling. Colt pacing to a maiden record of 158 and 3. Marley's Boy opens up a Wednesday night at Old Home Week in Charlottetown. Down at trackside, the Parkdale Homecoming Cooler presentation.
This race replay is brought to you by the new 1888 Lounge at Red Shores. The 1888 Lounge is perfect for your corporate meetings, parties, or presentations. Contact Rebecca in our Sales and Events Division for more information on the new 1888 Lounge upper level at Red Shores.
Now the official results from the first race. Thinking of Eddie fifth. Walk-in Stagger Route third. Roustabout Hanover was second. Marley's Boy the race winner. Time End Again was scratched. Quick Glance finished fourth. Nothing But a Good Time was seventh. Callistical finished sixth. They went 29 and 3, 59, 129, and the mile 158 and 3. In review, 532, 1 scratch 4. 7-6. Marley's Boy paid $5.50 to win. Exactor was $9.40. Triactor $24.60. And the Superfactor $11.15.
HPI customers in Canada can earn 3% cash back if you bet a minimum of $25 on each day during Old Home Week. And HPI PEI customers wagering a minimum of $50 on Charlottetown during Old Home Week will be entered into a draw for a $500 deposit into your account. You must opt in to play at hpibet.com. And Ken, you got the upcoming selections for race 2.
Yeah, hot trainer here. Earl Watts, David Dowling. They could double up the daily double here with Raised on Blacktop. I've got the 5, 6, and 3 in this spot here. Kurt Hughes on the 6, along with the post-time picks and classifier's choice. The 6 being the 5-2 morning line choice. Jack Boswell right now at 4-5.
horse division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes for the second race parade. Number 1, the Silver Diesel, owned by Terry Morrison, Joseph Lewis, Erwin Kleiner, and Brian Tracy of Nova Scotia. Trained by Donald Kennedy, Gerard Kennedy drives. 2 is Starship Destiny, owned by Philip DeRoche, Vance McMillan, Leanne Moyer, and Abelette. Trained by Kyle DeRoche, Mark Bradley drives. 3 is Halmac Powerball, owned by Doug Matheson and the Atlantic Racing Power Group. Trained by Nick Oakes, Gilles Barrio. 4, Shane's Dream, owned by Blair and Carl Hansen, Isaac Skierman, and Shane Essen. Trained by Tom Weatherby, Brody McPhee aboard. 5 is Raised on Blacktop, owned by Windermere Farms, River Valley Management, Clive Balderson, and Matt Burke. Earl Watts is the conditioner, driven by David Dowling. Jack Boswell 6, owned by Mark and Keith McDonnell of Port Hood, Blennish Young of Long Point, Nova Scotia, trained by Jeff Holmes, Kenny Murphy driving. 7 is Big Harry Matthews, owned by Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge, trained by Jennifer Doyle, Miles Heffernan drives. Only 3. Now make it 2. Just 2 minutes wagering time on the second race Sire Stakes. The Super High 5 comes up in race 5, and it's back in race number 11.
Okay, there is Gold Cup and Saucer 64 for Saturday night. Here is the list of entries and the Gold Cup ambassadors from the rail. PL Aussie, Emma Richard, Lawless Shadow from Post 2 with Cassie Stewart. American History, Post 3 with Gracie Clark. Twin B Tough Enough from Post 4 with Lacey White. 5 is Fun on the Beach with Shaylin Crane Patterson. And 6 is B2B with Taylor McBeath. And Rollum leads from Post 7. Alyssa Cooper, Major Hill from Post 8 with Jillian Frazier. And Covered Bridge has Post 9, the trailing spot. And Lily Hickey will be representing Covered Bridge. So there's a look at the entries and the ambassadors for Gold Cup and Saucer 64. And now we're getting a look at our first look at freshman colts, Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old colts, B division on track, purse 4,000. Ken, your top selection is Raised on the Blacktop, leaving from Post 5. Windermere Farms shares ownership with River Valley Management, Clive Balderson, and Matt Burke. David Dowling doing the driving for trainer Earl Watts is a 2-year-old gelding by Malicious, and a nice fourth there in Summerside.
Yep, the Malicious gelding on the fringe, fourth in both starts, but just inching his way forward. His latest 159-3. He lands in a soft division tonight. A chance to step up here as David Dowling and Earl Watts look for the sweep of the Daily Double.
Okay, here's a really good-looking son of Tobago K's. Jack Boswell is the 6th. Kenny Murphy, the driver. Jeff Holmes, the trainer. Mark and Keith McDonnell of Port Hood. Glenise Young of Long Point, Nova Scotia. They share ownership on this guy, and it was a pretty nice performance there in Inverness. And how about that debut in Truro in a B-stake? Real nice effort.
Yeah, nice upset there in 2 minutes flat. The gelding by Tobago K's, 2 for 2 on his career. Starting out, caught out of striking range last out at Summerside, so he could be the pace setter here. And look at the slugging average for Jeff Holmes. He's been red hot right now on the program at 452. He's even money. Jack Boswell.
All right, now we're going to take a look at the 3. We don't know a lot about the 3, just that one qualifier. That is Halmac Powerball. Doug Matheson and Atlantic Racing Power Group share ownership. Nick Oakes, the trainer, and the Maritime Magic Man gets the call, but a pretty nice qualifier.
Yeah, and mystery horse, as you said, 4-1 here. Peng Shui Cole qualified evenly, 2, 3, and 1. He's got obvious license to show more here with a favorable inside draw. Just follow along here. He is a gelding, and Jill's Burial will drive.
Okay, we're getting close here in race 2. Atlantic Sire, 62-year-old colts of the B division variety, and a great spot to watch the race from is right in that Metro Home Building Center starting car. And in that starting car for this race is Redshores' own executive chef Andrew Smith and his wife Meredith. They're going to be riding along with starter Jeff McDonald here for race 2. It should be a really great race, a field of 7 freshman colts. Let's send upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron for the call.
It's the first of 5 divisions of the Atlantic Sire Stakes, and the second, the Silver Diesel. Starship Destiny, Almac Powerball, Shane's Dream, Raised on Blacktop, Jack Boswell, Big Harry Matthews. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Up and pacing. They're coming from the outside into the turn. That is Jack Boswell alongside Big Harry Matthews. Closer to the rail, Hamac Powerball. Then in 4th, it's the Silver Diesel. Coming way wide in 5th, Raised on Blacktop. Away 6, Shane's Dream, the early trailer. That is Starship Destiny. Up the backstretch they go. Jack Boswell on the outside takes the lead. Second is Hamac Powerball. He's under a stranglehold here with Barrio. Here's Raised on Blacktop. Coming 3 wide after the leader. Wow, there's showtime early here. 29 and 4 opened it up. Raised on Blacktop. He got fancy stepping. The leader at the rail is Hamac Powerball. He tried to release Jack Boswell, but just couldn't. Now moving into second, that is Big Harry Matthews. Jack Boswell is third. Raised on Blacktop in the middle of the racetrack up 4th. Then in 5th, the Silver Diesel. On the outside 6th, Starship Destiny trailing the field. Shane's Dream, 58 and 4 was the half mile. Hamac Powerball and Perio leading up the 5/8. Second up the rail, that's Big Harry Matthews from the outside. Raised on Blacktop third. Jack Boswell on the cones 4th. Starship Destiny takes over 5th. The Silver Diesel is 6th, trailing 7th. Shane's Dream, they're at 3/4. Howmack Powerball clear by 2. Second is Big Harry Matthews from the outside. A long overland trip for Raised on Blacktop. 3/4 up in 1:29 and 2, and they're headed on home, led by Howmack Powerball. Big Harry Matthews to the outside. Jack Boswell along the rail, deep in the stretch. Howmack Powerball almost there. Big Harry Matthews, Howmack Powerball Imperio in the Sire Stakes. Big Harry Matthews second, Jack Boswell third. 1:59.3.
All right, we're going to get a look at the Universum Media slow-mo here for Race 2, Atlantic Sire Stakes B Division, the Maritime Magic Man with Howmack Powerball. This one comes from a really nice family. Ken R.E. Chablas is a sibling in this family. So Howmack Powerball, what a debut for Barrio.
Yeah, big wake up here. It was 4-1 opening up. Now it floated up to 8-1. Gilles Barrio takes no prisoners here with this gelding by Peng Shui, 29-4, 58-4, 129 and 2/5. Raised on Blacktop, was off stride a couple of times in the race. Jack Boswell got roughed up, didn't have it. He finishes third. Late move from Big Harry Matthews in his second lifetime start. Big wake-up effort there, but it's Howmack Powerball. Gilles Barrio, Nick Oakes, Doug Matheson, a co-owner here, 159 and 3.
Well, Howmack Powerball, he wants to do it again here after his debut in the Atlantic Sire Stakes. He's into the winner's circle. Howmack Powerball, pacing gelding 2 by Peng Shui off the Apache's famed dam, Jojo Chablas, owned by Doug Matheson and the Atlantic Racing Power Group. Bred by Howmack Farms Limited of Brookfield, trained by Nick Oakes, and Gilles Barrio had him on top at every call, pacing to a maiden record of 159 and 3. Howmack Powerball in the Atlantic Sires.
With so much action coming up in Atlantic Canadian harness racing, Windermere Farms wishes all participants a successful racing season. Whether it's Old Home Week, the Atlantic Breeders' Crown, the Atlantic Classic Yearling Sale, or a simple overnight event, we hope all your racing dreams come true. Windermere Farms, where Atlantic Canada's champion stallions call home.
Now the official results from the second race: the Silver Diesel 4th, Starship Destiny 7th, Almac Powerball the winner, Shane's Dream finished 6th, Raised on Blacktop was 5th, Jack Boswell finished 3rd, Big Harry Matthews was 2nd, 29-4, 58-4, 129-2, and the mile 159-3. In review, 471, 65, 32. Almac Powerball paid $18 to win. The exactor $496.10. The Triactor honored the ticket 3-7 all at $1,403.60. The early daily double paid $116.40. There'll be a superfecta carryover. Third race is the Rocky Chief, Harvey and Randy McCachran Memorial. Crimson and Clover 1, owned by Morris Cody of Charlottetown, trained and driven by Kenny Arsenault. 2 Elm Grove Misty, Dave Kelly trains and drives for owner Charlene Cipher, Springvale. 3 Jay's Little Spark, owned by Chris McGinnis of Hampshire, trained by Greg McGinnis, Dale Spence drives. 4 Finer Things, Arden Moffat of Florence, Nova Scotia, the owner, trainer, and driver. 5 is Tell Me Why, owned by Joe McDonald of Port Alban and Alexis Gass of Cornwall. Joe does the training, Corey McPherson does the driving. Salzburg Flick at number 6 is owned, trained, and driven by Ryder Renison of Truro, Nova Scotia. 7 is Campco Willow, owned and trained by Pamela Moore from Truro, Nova Scotia, Paul Langell. 4 minutes wagering time on the third race. Windows are closing in 4 minutes. The Super High 5 is coming up on race number 5 with the low 15% takeout.
I'm Gold Cup Ambassador Jillian Fraser. This is Race Day, broadcasting live from beautiful Prince Edward Island. For post times, upcoming events, and promotions, go to Redshores.ca.
Great to hear from Jillian Fraser. She, of course, is representing Major Hill from Post 8 in Saturday night's Gold Cup and Saucer. As we get a look at the entries here for Race 3, 3 minutes away from post time. It is the Rocket Chief, Harvey and Randy McEachran Memorial, and we're going to focus on the 5 here. Tell Me Why, the 14-year-old veteran of the field, Corey McPherson, doing the driving here tonight for trainer Joseph McDonald. He shares ownership with Alexis Gas, and this one dropping a lot of classes here.
Yeah, 0 for 16 season, but gets that substantial class relief here. That might be the key. Just missed 2 starts back, so the form is there. Goes back to Corey McPherson. Gets a chance to stalk from mid-pack in a real head-scratcher.
Really tough one to handicap here in Race 3. Tell Me Why. It's been quite some time since Tell Me Why has been down at this 351 level. Now we're going to take a look at my top choice, Jay's Little Spark. Chris McGinnis is the owner. Dale Spence going to do the driving for trainer Greg McGinnis. And again, another one getting some class relief.
Yep, 1 for 15 this year, but on the edges recently and gets her 3rd straight class drop. Draws well, long overdue. Dale Spence back in the bike, and 9-2 on the board for Jay's Little Spark.
Okay, now we're getting a look at Ryder Renison leaving from post 6 here with Salzbrook Flicka. Ryder is also the owner and trainer. And how about that start in Charlottetown on August 10th? A really nice third.
Yeah, came on to finish 3rd again. Race time to 1:58.4. Rising form here. Continues to regain that form on the comeback trail from a challenging post. 5-2 morning line choice. 3-1 right now on a wide open betting board.
Okay, the countdown clock is in, and the field is beginning to line up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It's post time for race 3, and it is the Rocket Chief Harvey and Randy McEachran Memorial Family and Friends will be trackside with the winner. Upstairs for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Crimson and Clover, Elm Grove Misty, Jay's Little Spark, Finer Things, Tell Me Why, Salisbrook Flicka, Campco Willow, top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing Elm Grove Misty firing between horses. Jay's a Little Spark joining them. Finer Things third to the turn. Crimson and Clover at the inside fourth. Coming fifth on the outside is Salisbrook Flicka. Then Tell Me Why. And the early trailer, Campco Willow. The quarter pole bound. It's Elm Grove Misty for Crocker Kelly on the engine. Second is Jay's a Little Spark racing from third. That's Finer Things. Crimson and Clover in mid-pack fourth. Now racing fifth is Salisbrook Flicka. Tell Me Why is sixth, followed by the trailer, Campco Willow. 28 and 4 opened it up. Straight alignment around the turn, arriving at 3-8. It's Elm Grove Misty, the fraction setter. Getting the two-hole ride is Jay's a Little Spark. Then in third, that's Finer Things. Going to the outside fourth, Crimson and Clover is underway. Following her out fifth is Salisbrook Flicka. Then sixth is Tell Me Why. And trailing, Campco Willow. The half mile, 58 and 1. Midway round the paddock turn, going to the 5-8. Elm Grove Misty on top. Second is Jay's a Little Spark. First up on the outside, third, Crimson and Clover. Finer Things riding the rail fourth. Salisbrook Flicka are racing fifth. Sixth is Tell Me Why. Between horses, the trailer. That is Campco Willow, but she's not out of it. All seven have a shot in the late going. 3/4 up in 1. 28 and 1 on the turn for the final time, an eighth of a mile out. Elm Grove Misty looking to see it through and looking to upset them here. Second as they move down the stretch, Jay's a Little Spark. Crimson and Clover third. On the wire next, Elm Grove Misty all the way for Crocker Kelly to upset them. Second is Jay's a Little Spark. Third is Crimson and Clover. 1:57.2. There goes the inquiry sign. Race number 3 under a judge's inquiry.
Okay, we're going to get a look at the Universum slow-mo here for race 3, and Crocker Kelly gets it done here with Elm Grove Misty. It was the Rocket Chief Harvey and Randy McEachran Memorial Family and Friends will be trackside with Elm Grove Misty and Crocker Kelly. She goes down the road in a shocker.
And I don't know why he was allowed to get away with such an easy pace at 18-1 with an 0 for 16 this season. 0 for her last 54. 0 for last 54 here, all the way 28-4, 58-1, 128-1 to steal it on the engine with a final quarter of 29-1, 157-2. Dave Kelly, Elm Grove Misty at 18-1 to upset Jay's Little Spark and Crimson and Clover in race number 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, the judge's inquiry involves the conduct of the race after 3/4 and before 7/8 between numbers 6 and 7. Here comes Elm Grove Misty to the third race winner's circle. Bay pacing mare 8 by Stonebridge Terror. Off the Beach Towel Dam, Elm Grove Starlight, owned by Charlene Cipher of Springville. Bred by Robert Gordon of Elmsdale. Crocker Kelly, Dave Header on top at every call, does the training and the driving. She's been a little camera shy, to say the least. That all comes to an end on this Wednesday night of Old Home Week, and she's never been better than she was tonight here in Charlottetown, pacing to a new race win record. 157-2. Elm Grove Misty in the Rocky Chief Harvey and Randy McCachran Memorial with the trackside presentation. The first four finishers in the third race, they are official. 2, 3, 1, 4. That's Elm Grove Misty, Jay's Little Spark, Crimson and Clover, and Finer Things. Elm Grove Misty paid $39.60 to win. The Exactor $210.90. The Triactor $345.60. And the Superfactor was $349.22. Ladies and gentlemen, Prince Edward Island lost a valued member of our harness racing community recently with the passing of Mr. Boyd McDonald. Boyd was a longtime participant in our industry as an owner, trainer, driver, and volunteer. He achieved the unique achievement of winning over 1,300 races with horses he owned. Among the many memorable horses Boyd competed with over the years include Worthy Gift, Mastering, Melippa, Double Command, Lindsay End, Shailene Globe. Boyd also co-owned numerous of stakes champion with friend Dan Ross, including Mr. Salming, Mr. Sundin, War Dancer, and Tobin's Fusion. Boyd served on the board of directors of the Charlottetown Driving Park and was well-regarded colleague and friend to everyone in our industry. We extend our condolences to Boyd's wife, Claire, his daughters, Nancy, Kathy, Cindy, and Tammy, their husbands and children. Tonight, our harness racing community forms the traditional Horseshoe of Honor in his memory. I ask you all to join in a moment of silence for the late Boyd McDonald, which will be ended with the call to the post. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Here's the results of the judges' inquiry in the third race. Racing officials deemed that number 6, Salzbrook Flicka, interfered with number 7, Camco Willow, going to the 7/8. Salzbrook Flicka finished 6th, will be placed 7th. Here is the complete and official rundown. Crimson and Clover 3rd. Elm Grove Misty the winner. Jay's a Little Spark was 2nd. Finer Things 4th. Tell Me Why was 5th. Salzbrook Flicka was 6th place, 7th for interference. Camco Willow finished 7th place, 6th. 28-4, 58-1. 128-1, and the mile 157-2. In review, 3-1-2, 4-5, 7-6.
Okay, we are 10 minutes away here from race 4. I want to tell you about the Wild Horses, the Gold Cup edition. You can tag your ticket with the Wild Horses. It's an exclusive play for on-track customers, and you can tag your ticket for a chance to win a jackpot of $64 in honor of the 64th running of the Gold Cup and Saucer, and it's offered in every race, and the Wild Horses tag is an Instapick ticket for on-track customers only, so ask your seller to tag your ticket with the Wild Horses.
And coming up on the selections here for the upcoming 4th race, Atlantic Sire Stakes, 2-year-old Colts A Division. The 2, Dunson Harry, the current even money favorite. 2-3-1, Kurt Hughes, 3-1-2. Post time picks, 3-2-4. Classifier's choice, 3-2-1. Who do you like?
second division of the Atlantic Sires on the fourth race parade. Paul's Crown 1, owned by Greyland Farm Gulf Shore and Joseph Gamba from Pugwash, Nova Scotia. Mark Campbell training and driving. Dunsan Harry number 2 is owned by Saul, Peter, and Alex Lanigan of Cambridge, trained by Saul Lanigan, Corey McPherson. 3, Tobin's Barn Party, owned by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge. Jason Hughes trains and drives. 4, Freeman's Legacy, owned by Mackenzie Arsenault of Alberton. Jacob Sweet is the trainer-driver. 5 is Check Your Chip, owned by Greg and Lucas Bailey of Montague, trained by Miles Heffernan Jr. Greg Bailey does the driving. 5 minutes wagering time on race number 4. This is Race Day live from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island.
Okay, thanks to Summerside Chrysler Dodge for doing this again this year. This has smashed the track record for 10,000 and 5,000 if they do it on Saturday night. If they break the record, which I think if the weather's right, they have a really good shot. I've never seen such a deep field in my life. So they got a really good shot at breaking the track record on Saturday night. And if they do, the winner will get 5,000 of that 10,000, and the rest is spread amongst the rest of the field. So it's a really great promotion. And yeah, it has a shot at going down on Saturday night. All right, we're getting our first look at 8 colts here. Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old colts on track. Purse $11,420, and we've landed on the 2 here. Dunsan Harry is owned by Saul and Peter and Alex Lanigan of Cambridge PEI. Saul is the trainer. Corey McPherson gets the call here tonight. My brother Jason was in the seat for the last 2 starts and pretty great efforts on both occasions.
Yeah, the gelding by Roll With It. Harry banged out back-to-back aggressive scores in July, including that sharp 158-1 here at Redshores Charlottetown. Just missed at Summerside, reunited with Corey McPherson here, and 3-2.
And trainer Nick Oakes, he had a win earlier there in a B division, and his family is the breeder of the 2, Dunsan Harry. So they could be in for a really great night here in Charlottetown as we take a look at the 3. My top choice, Tobin's Barn Party, owned by Don McRae of Vernon Bridge. Jason Hughes, the trainer and driver, coming off back-to-back second-place finishes.
By Shanghai Phil, is gelding off to a promising start to his career with 3 seconds in 4 starts. Paced home at 28-4 in the latest, chasing Tobin's Chester in that one. A definite stalking threat here for Jason Hughes, and is currently 8-5.
Okay, Mark Campbell trains and drives the 1 here. Paul's Crown. Looks like all the attention going to the inside. The inside 3 horses getting all the attention on the board right now. Paul's Crown is a 2-year-old gelding by Hilarious Halo, owned by Greyland Farm and Joseph Gamba. And again, Mark Campbell, the trainer and driver of this one, and a winner 2 back in Inverness.
And Mark Campbell rolling through this week. It seems like he averages 3 wins a night, and his barn is hitting on all cylinders as well. Right on the program at 4:14. Of course, he has Roll'em in the Gold Cup and Saucer, and Paul's Crown fought off Tobin's Barn Party in an A event. That occurred at Inverness. Finished 3rd behind that rival at Summerside. Certainly has a chance to step up with the rail advantage. Was the 3-2 favorite, now 8-5, as Dunsan Harry is 3-2, along with 3 Tobin's Party. Public having a trouble figuring it out here. For favoritism, I went 2-3-1.
Okay, we're getting close to post time here in race 4, Atlantic Sire Stakes, 2-year-old Colts A division. Some nice pedigrees in here. The one current favorite right now, Paul's Crown, a brother to JJ Powerball. So a lot of nice pedigrees here in race 4 as the field lines up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Upstairs for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Paul's Crown, Dunsan Harry, Tobin's Barn Party, Freeman's Legacy, Check Your Chip, field of 5, top of the stretch. Second division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes, A division for $11,420. Post time. The rough end facing Paul's Crown, the first one out. In between horses, Dunsan Harry. Joining them from the outside third is Tobin's Barn Party. Into the turn, Freeman's Legacy got away fourth. And Check Your Chip will trail here in the early going. In programmed order as they straighten to the backstretch. Paul's Crown for Mark Campbell on the early lead. Tucked away in the 2-hole is Dunsan Harry racing from third. Tobin's Barn Party, fourth up the rail, that's Freeman's Legacy. Trailing the field fifth, Check Your Chip on by the first quarter mile. And it's Paul's Crown getting him there in 29 seconds flat. Getting the 2-hole ride is Dunsan Harry in mid-pack third. Tobin's Barn Party, Freeman's Legacy has fourth, and then the trailer, Check Your Chip. Positions are unchanged. They approach the opening half mile. Paul's Crown to get the field there. Second, Dunsan Harry continuing third. Tobin's Barn Party. Fourth is Freeman's Legacy. And the trailer, that is Check Your Chip. They're at the half. 58-4. Into the paddock turn they go. The 5-8 comes next. And on the point, Paul's Crown the leader. Dunsan Harry, a textbook 2-hole ride. There goes Tobin's Barn Party from third. Already out there was Check Your Chip fourth. On the cones fifth, that is Freeman's Legacy. 3/4 up next. Paul's Crown still the leader. First up, Tobin's Barn Party in the pocket third. Dunsan Harry fourth on the outside. That is Check Your Chip. Freeman's Legacy now fifth. The 3/4, 90 seconds flat. Campbell got a soft third quarter in. Paul's Crown turning for home. Tobin's Barn Party on the outside. Dunsan Harry coming up the passing lane. Deep stretch now on the wire. Paul's Crown hangs on for Campbell. Dunsan Harry second. Tobin's Barn Party will finish third. 1:58-1.
Atlantic Sire Stakes, 2-year-old Colts A division, putting their talents on display here for race 4, and it was Mark Campbell and Paul's Crown getting all the respect off the rail.
Yep, Mark Campbell driving like a man possessed as we continue through Old Home Week, and this is a trainee for his barns going well as well. This is a son of Hilarious Halo, and Paul's Crown cruises through 29, 58-4, unchallenged 130. Tobin's Barn Party pulls first up in tight quarters, I might add. Dunsan Harry up the passing lane. They are noses apart to the wire, and it's Paul's Crown at even money. 158 and won his second career victory and a new mark here over Dunsan Harry and Tobin's Barn Party. Rounds out your top 3 here in the 4th.
Ladies and gentlemen, there goes the inquiry sign now on that infield toe board. Have a judge's inquiry involving the conduct of the 4th race at the 5/8. Paul's Crown arriving at the fourth race winner's circle. Bay pacing gelding, the 2-year-old son of Hilarious Halo, off the Bettor's Delight Dam, New York Lotto. Owned by Greyland Farm of Gulf Shore and Joseph Gamba from Pugwash, Nova Scotia. Bred by Wendell Williams of Ellerslie. Trained and driven to victory by Mark Campbell. And the colt pacing to a new record tonight of 158-1 with a closing panel 28-1. Paul's Crown in the Atlantic Sire Stakes.
Okay, here's a look at the ongoing judges' inquiry here in the fourth race. Results of the fourth race inquiry. No violations. Here's the official results from the fourth race. Paul's Crown the winner, Dunsan Harry second, Tobin's Barn Party third, Freeman's Legacy fifth, Check Your Chip finished fourth, fractions of 29, 58-4, 130, and the mile 158-1. In review, 1, 2, 3, 5, 4. Paul's Crown paid $4. The exactor $10.20, triactor $14, superfecta $3.70.
Fifth race on parade. Honey 1 is owned by Alan Craig of Kincora, trained by Mackenzie Spence, Dale Spence driving. 2 Southern Heart, owned by Elmer Campbell of Airdrie, Alberta, and Jackie Cooper of Stratford, trained by Ron Matheson, Corey McPherson drives. 3 J.J. Kinley is owned by Darla J. of Charlottetown, trained and driven by Von Doyle. Elm Grove Nancy 4 gets Kenny Murphy in the driver's seat for owner-trainer Robert Phillips, lose route 204. I Can Do It wears number 5, owned by Douglas and David Neal of Charlottetown, trained by Keith Ford, Mark Campbell. 6 is Money Honey, owned by Doug Matheson of Cornwall and Dunsan Farms of Warren Grove, trained by Nick Oakes. James Bailey drives, and we'd like to welcome Arlene Elliott to the island to watch her son, James Bailey, driving here in the 5th. Number 7 is Checkers Pride, owned by Marcia Knox and Kyla McDonald of Stanhope, trained by Melissa Rennie. Adam Murner will do the driving. Jarrett Perot will do the post-parade. Number 8 is She's Rock and Fame, owned by Michael Arnold of Olds, Alberta, and Amy Lockie from Montague, trained by Mike Dowling, driven by David Dowling. Down to 4 minutes wagering time on a race number 5, and it's the first Super High 5 of the night. We thank Results Marketing and Advertising for their presentation of the Vance Cam. And Kurt and Ken, we're up with our selections here in the 5th race, featuring that Super High 5. I'm on the 5. I Can Do It was a nose winner her last outing in 2 minutes 1/5. Gets the services of Mark Campbell. Going to the outside for the next 2. I like the 7 Checkers Prize. She kind of flattened out her last start. She drops back into this 4-claimer once again. I'll look for her for the deuce. Gonna go farther out for the show prize. On the 8, She's Rock and Fame. Had a 2-race win streak. Snapped her last time around. Hung around for the show dough, Kurt. And for 4th, I'll go with the 1, Honey. And I'll close it out with the 4, Elm Grove Nancy. I like 5, 7, 8, 1, 4 in here, gentlemen. Your choices.
Well, Vance, you must have snuck a look at my program, at least for the top 3. But in a different order. The 7, Checkers Pride. She's encountered some tough trips recently. Got parked in most recent. The 5, I Can Do It. Reunited with Mark Campbell. He's been hot. Came bursting on through. Off a fast pace and scored the mild upset. 8, She's Rock and Fame. A beaten favorite. Set a strong pace. Settled for 3rd behind I Can Do It. Stuck outside again, but she's able to take control if there are more moderate fractions here. So it's 7, 5, 8 for me, and I'll add the 2, Southern Heart, and 3, J.J. Kinley.
Yeah, and I'll go with a 5, 1, 2, 3, 7. I like I Can Do It as well. Very consistent at this level, and this is a wide open race, so I'm going with the most consistent mare in the field, and that's I Can Do It, and Campbell gets along really well with her. So I like her on top. I like the 1 for 2nd. 2 for 3rd, 3 for 4th, and the 7 for 5th. So I'm going 5, 1, 2, 3, 7. Good luck with your selections here in the 5th. Okay, Super High 5 time here in Charlottetown. Down to a minute to post here. in race 5. It is the MRSB Pace. They'll be trackside with the winner. And who will that winner be? That could be anybody's guess in here. Right now, getting all the attention on the board is the 5, I Can Do It, at 4-5. But outside the 5, look at those odds on the rest of the horses. A lot of value to be found in this 5th race. It's a very, very wide open field. On the rail, Honey, 3-1. Southern Heart, 18-1. 16-1 on the 3, JJ Kinley, who upset earlier in the year. She could upset again here in this race. 4, Elm Grove Nancy, 12-1 now. Even money on the 5, I Can Do It. Money Honey leaving from post 6, 15-1. And the 7 right now at 6-1, Checkers Pride. She's been very inconsistent for me this season, but she does have a great closing kick out there at post 7, still 6-1. 4-1 right now, and She's Rockin' Fame. She reeled off 2 in a row. Post 7 last week, to the front she went, but she got collared late, finishing 3rd. I think that opening quarter being parked took a little sting out of her, and she ended up 3rd on that day. So we'll see how she does from post 8, and her odds changed a little more, and you're getting 7-2 on the 8. She's Rockin' Fame. We're getting close here in the 5th. The field for the 5th, lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It is the MRSB Pace. They'll be trackside with the winner. Let's send upstairs for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Honey. Southern Heart, JJ Kinley. Elm Grove Nancy, I Can Do It. Money Honey. Checkers Pride, She's Rockin' Fame. Top of the stretch. It's the 5th race featuring the Super High 5. Post time. Rough and pacing. Honey along the rail. Coming from the outside, that is I Can Do It. Coming from the far outside, She's Rockin' Fame is way wide on the turn 3rd. To get away for Southern Heart. 5th up the rail, that's JJ Kinley. Now in 6th is Elm Grove Nancy. 7th along the inside is Money Honey. And trailing the field, Checkers Pride. Straight alignment in the early going. They arrive at the quarter. Honey in line to Dale Spence, the leader. 2nd is I Can Do It. She's Rockin' Fame at the rail 3rd. Southern Heart 4th. 29 and a 1/5 the quarter. On the turn 5th, that is JJ Kinley racing 6th. Elm Grove Nancy. There goes Checkers Pride underway from 7th. Now the trailer, that is Money Honey. Down the stretch for time 1. The opening half mile comes next. Honey is the midway point leader. She's Rockin' Fame is going after the leader. 3rd up the rail is I Can Do It. Moving up 4th is JJ Kinley. Riding the rail 5th. That is Southern Heart on the outside 6th. Checkers Pride 7th at the rail, Elm Grove Nancy. Now the trailer, Money Honey. 1 minute and 1 was the half. Honey will take him to the back stretch. From the outside, She's Rockin' Fame will grind away first up. Third up the rail, that's I Can Do It. Southern Heart is fourth. 3 wide fifth. Checkers Pride is coming late. Then in sixth, it's Elm Grove Nancy. From seventh is J.J. Kinley and the trailer. Money Honey, 3/4 tripped into 1:29 and 2. They're turning for home. Aha Honey trying to close it out. I Can Do It coming to the outside. Southern Heart third. Deep stretch now. I Can Do It. Did it for Mark Campbell. Second is Aha Honey rallying up for third. Elm Grove Nancy 1:59.2.
All right, we get a look at the Universal slow-mo here for race 5. It was the MRSB pace. They're going to be trackside with the winner, and the winner is I Can Do It and Campbell.
And Aha Honey carves it out here. The fresh threat, the 8-year-old making her 2023 debut on the engine and is allowed to walk on the lead here at 29-1. 31 seconds, second quarter. Nobody comes. A minute, 1/5, 1:29.2. And Checkers Pride way out of it. Force 3 wide, second over. Doesn't hit the board. I Can Do It. 2-hole ride. Mark Campbell gets it, and he gets it. 2 in a row for I Can Do It. Third win on the season. She has suddenly regained that winning form. 1:59.2 for I Can Do It over Aha Honey and Elm Grove Nancy in the 5th. Mark Campbell doubles up.
I Can Do It, arriving at the 5th race winner's circle. Big pacing mare 8 by Western Paradise from the Albert Dam. Crossridge Income, owned by Douglas and David Neal of Charlottetown. Bred by Keith Ford and Gordon Neal. Trained by Keith Ford. Driven to victory by Mark Campbell. Mark goes back-to-back for the driving double, and the mare scores in 1:59.2. I Can Do It doubles up Mark Campbell down at trackside. The MRSB cooler presentation. Now the official results in race 5. Aha Honey finished second. Southern Heart 5th. J.J. Kinley 6th. Elm Grove Nancy 3rd. I Can Do It, the race winner. Money Honey was 7th. Checkers Pride finished 8th. She's Rock and Fame was 4th. They went 29 and 1. 1 minute 1. 129 and 2. And the mile 159 and 2. From the top, your program reads 256 317 84. I Can Do It paid $5 to win. The exactor $18, triactor $104.50, super high 5 out there at $215.54.
Okay, here's a quick look at the Atlantic Invitational Series point standings. Roll'em leading the way with 31 points. No Plan Nintendo, 22 points. Twin B Tough Enough in third with 18 points. YS Mathis with 17. Roll with Hottie Toddy in fifth with 15 points. Tied for sixth is Stash It Away and Ontario with 12 points. And American Risk rounds out the top 8 with 10 points.
Third division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes on the 6th race post parade. Number 1, Rockin' Your Boots, owned by Donald McCrae of Vernon Bridge. Jason Hughes trains and drives. Little Leroy, number 2, owned by Boyd McDonald Produce Limited of Crapo, trained by Joe Baxter, Corey McPherson driving. 3, Sonny Jacks is scratch. Number 4 is Marigo Magic, owned by Mike May, Herman McQuaid, Derek Cameron, and Ian Walker, trained by Melissa Rennie and driven by Adam Murner. 5 is Dusty Lane Tito, owned by Debbie Francis of Sweets Corner, Nova Scotia, trained and driven by Paul Angel. Jackie's Boy, number 6, owned and trained by Miles Heffernan Jr. of Montague, Miles Sr. in the sulky. There's 5 minutes wagering time on race number 6, the start of the on-track pick 5. Race day continues next with Kurt Hughes and Ken Workington.
I'm Gold Cup Ambassador Lily Hickey, and I will be representing the MS Society at this year's Gold Cup and Saucer. I grew up volunteering with this organization, and I'm honored to have the opportunity to represent them. The MS Society of Canada is committed to providing crucial support to those with MS, as well as being invested in life-changing research to create a world free of MS.
Great to hear from my cousin Lily Hickey, as she also is representing the Morning Line Choice in Saturday night's Gold Cup and Saucer Covered Bridge. So Lily has a great shot at winning that race, leaving from the trailing post. But I'm sure Stratton will work at a good trip for Covered Bridge as we work on race 6. It's another division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old colts, and it's another A division, and we're going to take a look right now at your top choice, Ken. Little Leroy leaving from post 2, owned by the Boyd McDonald Produce Limited of Crapo, and Corey McPherson is the driver, and Joe Baxter is the trainer, batting .447 this year, and what a win in the latest.
Little Leroy by Source of Pride. This colt flashing positive signs before that absolute eruption. A 12-length maiden breaker and an eye-catching 157-4 at Summerside. He draws an improved post off that big effort with Corey McPherson at 9-5.
And I think, if I'm not mistaken, the late boy McDonald, I think that is the name for his grandson. So this little Leroy is named after his grandson. I believe Rocky Skirman was telling me the story. So 2-year-old colt by Source of Pride has a really good shot at getting it done here at 9-5. As we take a look at the 4, Marigo Magic, 2-year-old gelding by Tobago Cays. Out of the Largo Dam Meridian Magic, she reeled off many wins in a row in her stake career. She was a stakes champion. And she also had another really good one, a Magical Mistress that Adam Murner had driven. She had an undefeated freshman campaign. And so this one is a half-brother to Magical Mistress. This is Marigo Magic. What a trip at Summerside.
Adam Murner, Melissa Rennie favored here. Tobago Cays gelding's done very little wrong so far after winning an A event at Truro Raceway. Bumped into a couple of Bearcats, including a 155-2 on August the 6th. That was Good Omen. 4-5 here on Marigo Magic.
Okay, for third on your ticket, Ken, you're going with the Langell trainee here. Paul Langell, the driver and trainer. That is the 5, Dusty Lane Tito. Debbie Francis is the owner. 2-year-old gelding by Peng Shui, and a winner last time out in Summerside.
The gelding was able to tap his potential and capitalize on a perfect trip with that and garner his first win at Summerside. That'll give him confidence here, but he'll have to produce more. They won't be going in 58-3 here. 13-1 on Dusty Lane Tito.
Great field assembled here for race 6, Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old colts A division advance. We honored the late Boy McDonald tonight. I think we're all on board the 2 here, Little Leroy.
Oh, and he's got a big-time shot at it, too. And as I quote his son-in-law, Danny Kurt, a giant, and I mean a giant in Island Harness Racing. It's the 3rd division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes here in the 6th. Rockin' your boots, Little Leroy. Marigo Magic, Dusty Lane Tito, Jackie's Boy, post time. Rough and pacing, Marigo Magic, Jackie's Boy, Little Leroy, the 3rd one into the turn. To get away 4th, Rockin' Your Boots, and on the outside, Dusty Lane Tito. As they arrive at the opening 8th, it's Marigo Magic and Murner the leader. From the outside, 2nd, Jackie's Boy now drops into the rail. Racing from 3rd is Little Leroy. Now 4th, along the inside is Dusty Lane Tito. Trailing the field, Rockin' Your Boots 5th on by the opening quarter mile. And Marigo Magic, the fraction setter, 28-4 opened it up. Jackie's Boy races from 2nd around the turn 3rd. That is Little Leroy. 4th up the rail is Dusty Lane Tito, trailing the field. Rockin' Your Boots 5th, and down the stretch they come. The half mile is the next station, and Marigo Magic is the midway point leader for Adam Murner. Jackie's Boy races from 2nd, Little Leroy 3rd, then in 4th. That is Dusty Lane Tito, and trailing the field along the inside, that's Rockin' Your Boots. 59 seconds flat for an opening half mile. By the 5/8 they go, and on the lead, Marigo Magic. From the outside, here's Little Leroy now to pick up 2nd. 3rd up the rail, Jackie's Boy. Dusty Lane Tito continues 4th, and trailing the field, that is a Rockin' Your Boots. 3/4. That goes to Marigo Magic. 2nd on the outside is Little Leroy. 3rd along the inside, Jackie's Boy. 3/4 and 1. 29 flat. They're turning for home. Marigo Magic looking to close it out. Jackie's Boy 2nd. Dusty Lane Tito coming up the inside 3rd. On the wire, Marigo Magic in the Sire Stakes for Adam Murner. Jackie's Boy 2nd. Dusty Lane Tito 3rd. Time for the mile, 1:56. 3, 27 and 3. Closing quarter.
All right, we're going to get a look at the 6th race slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media. It was Atlantic Sire Stakes, 2-year-old colt A division, Marigo Magic and Murner. They got all the respect here tonight, Kent.
Yeah, and got away with an easy pace here. Went back to the front, changed tactics, and no second-itis tonight for Marigo Magic. 28-4, 59, 129. Here comes Little Leroy on the outside. Rebuffed. Got the cold shoulder at 8-5. Marigo Magic by Tobago Case for Adam Murner. Melissa Rennie, 2nd career victory, and by far a new lifetime mark. Sprints home 27-3. Pocket setting Jackie's Boy. Settles for 2nd, Dusty Lane Tito 3rd. Marigo Magic with a sparkling new mark of 156-3 in the 6th Atlantic Sire Stakes.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Gold Cup and Saucer starter shirts, they're available at the Photo Souvenir booth. Better get them while they're here because they're not going to last long. They're a classic, and it could be the all-time magnificent mile at Charlottetown. Here comes Saturday night. So the starter shirts for the Gold Cup and Saucer number 64, available at the Photo Souvenir booth. Now arriving at the sixth race winner's circle, number 4 is Marigo Magic. Bay Pacing Gelding, the 2-year-old son of Tobago Cays, is off the Largo Dam. Meridian Magic, owned by Mike May, Herman McQuaid, Derek Cameron, and Ian Walker. Bred by Barry and Reuben Martin of Nova Scotia. Trained by Melissa Rennie. Driven to victory by Adam Murder. And the colt makes every call a winning one. Stepping to a new race win record of 156-3 with a closing panel 27-3. Marigo Magic in the Atlantic Sire Stakes.
This race replay is brought to you by Sintrack Print and Graphic. Here they come, and it's Sintrack for the win with exceptional print products, exceptional graphic design services, and exceptional value. Sintrack Print and Graphics, 902-892-7719.
Here's the official results now in race 6. Rockin' Your Boots was 5th. Little Leroy 4th. Sonny Jacks was scratched. Marigo Magic was the race winner. Dusty Lane Tito finished 3rd. Jackie's Boy was 2nd. Fractions went 28-4. 59. 129. And the mile 156-3. In review, it's 5-4 scratched. 1-3-2. Marigo Magic returning 450. The exactor was 970, the triactor 3880, and the superfecta 564.
Okay, there's a look at the picks for the upcoming 7th race as the horses make their way out onto the track. Ken, I'm going with the 2. You're on the 4 here.
Yeah, Think Again from Summerside. A couple of strong second-place finishes and ships in pretty strongly here. Think Again. 4-2-7 for me.
Dave Kelly Racing sponsors the 7th race, number 1 at the helm, owned by Pamela Moore and Blair Saunders of Truro, Nova Scotia, trained by Pamela Moore, Brett LeBlanc Drive. I See True Grit, number 2, owned by Joey Glenn of Charlottetown, trained by Ron Matheson, Jill's Burial. Painted Pony 3, Mark Campbell drives for owner-trainer Raymond White, Belfast. Owned and trained by Donald Sweetwell, Larry Patrick Shepard's in the driver's seat, number 4, Think Again. Numbers 5 and 6 are both scratched, 5 and 6 are out, 7 is George's Credit. Owned and trained by Philip Kelly of North Wiltshire, driven by Jason Hughes. Fill the Bank wears number 8, owned by Nathaniel Thompson of Dartmouth, Nova Scotia, trained by Anthony Stymus, Mike McGuigan drives. Down to 3 minutes wagering time on race number 7. Back to the broadcast desk with Kurt and Ken and the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center.
Okay, let's take a look at that race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center. And in race 1 was the Parkdale Homecoming Pace and Marley's Boy and Dowling. They go right down the road here, 29 and 3, half 59, 129 and 3/4 pole. It stopped the clock, 158 and 3, a maiden record for Marley's Boy in race 1.
And that was your top pick there. In race 2, it was a surprise first-time starter, Howmac Powerball by Peng Shui. And this colt off a nondescript 203 and 1 qualifier, 159 and 3 down the road for Jill's Barrio and Nick Oakes at 8-1 over Big Harry Matthews. Big turnaround there as well, and Jack Boswell third.
Big triactor there in race 2 as well. Race 3, it was the Rocket Chief Harvey and Randy McEachran Memorial. And it was a long shot winner as Elm Grove Misty and Dave Kelly, they go right down the road, and 18-1 shocker in race 3. Time of the mile, 157 and 2, a new speed badge for the 8-year-old mare.
And the front end, the place to be. Mark Campbell knows that. So what does he do in race 4? He plants Paul's Crown up front, gelding by Hilarious Halo all the way. 158 and 1, his second win, and a new mark here. He's going to hold off Dunson, Harry on the inside, and Tobin's Barn Party. 1, 2, 3, as easy as that in race 4.
And then in race 5, it was the MRSB Pace, and it was the pocket sitter. I Can Do It, getting it done, delivering as the favorite there in race 5. Time of the mile, 159 and 2. And how about that aisle pick 5 ticket? 5 of 5 for the 20-cent pick. 5 was $11,488.19.
And in race 6, it was Marigo Magic going back to the top tonight. And no second-itis tonight. Marigo Magic steals away 28-4, 59, 129, 156 and 3. Sprints off in 27 and 3 for a sharp new mark. Adam Murner, Melissa Rennie, Marigo Magic, Jackie's Boy second, Dusty Lane Tito third. And that is your race day recap, sponsored by Metro Home Building Center.
Okay, getting close to post time here in race 7. It is the Dave Kelly Racing Pace. Dave Kelly and friends will be out in the winner's circle with the winner. And Ken, you're landing on the 4 here. Think Again. Patrick Shepard getting the call here for Donald Sweet. How about that trip last time out in Summerside with Patrick and the bike? A good second.
Yeah, working on the winless season, won for his last 39. Much better runner-up in his last 2 at Summerside. Draws better here, a chance to continue that momentum in a wide open field.
Okay, here's a look at my top pick. I See True Grit, 11-year-old gelding by No Pan Intended, getting some class relief here coming out of the Ronnie Matheson stable, owned by Joey Glant of Charlottetown. Gets my top call in here.
0 for 19 season. 11-year-old might be on the verge, fresh from a close third over on an off-track last Friday. Draws inside again. Barrio, 6-5's tough to take.
Overdue winner with 33 lifetime wins. We'll see if he gets it done here in the 7th. And now we're going to move out to post 7, and that's the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes. He gets a call here on another class dropper, George's Credit, owned by Philip Kelly of North Wiltshire. Philip is the trainer. Another one looking for the first win of the year.
Yeah, 0 for 13. 1 for his last 51. Switches to Jason Hughes. He suddenly became an eager pace setter. That's a positive sign. Tough post here, but further class relief, 7-2. 4-2-7 in a tough one, a tricky one.
A very tricky one in the 7. George's Credit also getting a little post relief with the 5 and 6 scratched in here. So some class relief and post relief for the 7 and the Blue Knight.
And your final call to purchase a 50-50 ticket. Last call to purchase a 50-50 ticket valued at $2,000 right now to the winner. Final call on the 50-50 right now valued at $2,000.
Okay, it's post time for race 7 as the Dave Kelly Racing Pace. They'll be trackside with the winner as the field moves up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate upstairs for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
At the helm, I See True Grit. Painted Pony, Think Again. George's Credit, Fill the Bank. Scratch down to a half a dozen noses up on the gate here in the 7th. Top of the stretch. Approaching a start. The rough and pacing I See True Grit and Painted Pony off stride towards the inside. That was at the helm. Into the turn with the lead, it's I See True Grit. To the outside is Painted Pony. Fill the Bank has taken over 3rd. 4th at the rail, Think Again. Then 5th is George's Credit. And trailing the field at the helm. Up the backstretch for the first time. That's I See True Grit for Gilberto, the leader. 2nd is Painted Pony racing from 3rd. That's Fill the Bank. 4th at the rail, Think Again. George's Credit has 5th. And trailing the field at the helm. On past the opening station, and they were there in 28-4. Arriving at the 3-8, and it's I See True Grit, the fraction setter. In the 2-hole is Painted Pony. Here comes Fill the Bank to the outside 3rd. Racing from 4th, that is Think Again. George's Credit, wow, he's getting the 3-wide treatment in here. And then the trailer, that is at the helm, so Fill the Bank on the outside is the leader. I See True Grit along the rail 2nd. 3rd on the outside is George's Credit. Racing from 4th, that is Painted Pony, the half, 58-4, 3 high. Up the backstretch they go. George's Credit, the farthest one out, takes over the lead. I See True Grit is now 2nd. Fill the Bank has 3rd. Painted Pony along the rail 4th. Then in 5th at the helm on the outside 3 high. That is Think Again. 3/4 in 1. 28-2. 1/8 of a mile left to go. And it's George's Credit clear. 2nd is I See True Grit. On the outside, Painted Pony coming late. Deep in the stretch, George's Credit and the Blue Knight Hughes win going away. 2nd, that'll go to I See True Grit. Painted Pony is 3rd. 1:57.3.
All right, we're going to get a look at the Universal Media slow-mo here for race 7. It was the Dave Kelly Racing Pace, and we thought I See True Grit would be driven hard here tonight by Barrio dropping down in class. But what a move from George's Credit at the half.
Yeah, well, he's coming second over, and he's forced 3 high by Think Again, who vacates the cones into second over. So George's Credit roughed up 3 wide for a long way, then finally does clear across the backstretch, 28-4, 58-4 for IC True Grid, 128-2, and has to settle for second, 29-1 here. What a way to snap a 0 for 13 skid, 1 for his last 51, and he breaks through in a big way here, 157-3. And last out, he was aggressive with Jason Hughes. Tonight, from off the pace, he romps Jason Hughes and George's Credit from the outside draw here in 157-3 at 2-1 over IC True Grid and Painted Pony. So we have the exacta or exactor box here. Kurt, box.
George's Credit arriving at the 7th race winner's circle. Pacing Black Gelding 6 by Up the Credit off the Die Laughing Dam. St. George Lady, owned by Philip Kelly of North Wiltshire, bred by the Casimir Stables of Hager, Ontario. Trained by Philip Kelly, and the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes, in the driver's seat for the win in a 157-3. The horse picks up his 5th lifetime victory. George's Credit in the 7th. Dave Kelly Racing joining us here for Old Home Week with the cooler presentation. Now the official results in race 7 at the helm, 4th. IC True Grit was 2nd. Painted Pony 3rd. Think Again was 6th. 5 and 6 were scratched. George's Credit, the race winner. Fill the Bank finished 5th. 28-4. 58-4. 128-2. And the mile 157-3. In review, it's 4-2-3. 6 scratched. 1-5. George's Credit paid $660. The exactor was $1470. The triactor $2850, and the superfecta $1446.
Okay, watch and follow Red Shores All-Stars Rob Reed Jr., Garnet Barnsdale, Don Lupel during Old Home Week 2023 on X, formerly known as Twitter. A special My Gold Cup ticket campaign will also be featured after the official post-draw on Tuesday night of Gold Cup and Saucer. So watch for the Gold Cup tickets from Mr. Ken Workington, Sugar Doyle, Jessica Otten, and other guests, including the Race Day broadcast team.
And mine's already in. $10 Exactabox. Covered bridge. And the other Ford trainee.
That's right.
Right.
Fun at the beach.
9.5.
Yeah, and I'm going to go with a 9-1. I like covered bridge with the rail horse, PL Odds. We got a hashtag from Jody Jameson earlier today.
Yeah?
Don't leave into me, he said. So that was his message to the rest of the drivers.
Mayhem in the first turn.
In Gold Cup and Saucer 64. It should be a great race.
As always, we're on the 6 here. Halmac exclusive as they get set to step out here. We're 6-4-2.
Fourth division of the Atlantic Sires for the 8th race parade. Number 1, Woodmere Armor, is owned by Reg McPherson of Stratford, trained by Kevin McLean. Mark Campbell drives. 2, Wizard, owned by Alan McDonald of East Biddeford, and Kent Williams of Ellerslie. Jason Hughes trains and drives. Mudslide Lucas, number 3, owned by Jackie Heffernan of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia, trained by Miles Heffernan Jr., Miles Sr. driving. Peter Pang is number 4, owned by Melissa Rennie. Ian McKinnon, Joel LeBlanc, and Tyler Link. Melissa does the training and driven by Adam Murner. Sword from the Stone, number 5, owned by Orville Willis, Blair Sweet, and Gordy McCollum, trained by Donald Sweet with Kenny Arsenault. Halmac exclusive, number 6, owned by Jimmy Gorman, Leith Wade, and Leslie Wade. Corey McPherson trains and drives. Number 7 is Dunsan George, owned by Atlantic Racing George Group of Warren Grove, Nicholas Oates, training and driving. 3 minutes wagering time. We're on the 8th race. Race day live from Red Shores, Atlantic Canada's premier entertainment destination.
Okay, Atlantic Dream Stable 2023 is underway now, and it's sponsored by Phillips Agri Services, your local supplier of quality horse feeds and dealer of Brooks Performance Horse Feed and SureGain Horse Feed. And for updates, you can visit atlanticdreamstable.weebly.com to check out the standings. Okay, 3 away from post time here in race 8. Atlantic Sire Stakes, 2-year-old colts, B division. We're on the 6 here. Halmac exclusive, owned by James Gorman, Leith Wade, and Les Wade. Corey McPherson, the trainer and driver. A nice start there in Summerside. Good third place finish.
Source of Pride Colt worked out a nice patient trip. Finished well to hit the board. 28-4, a nice finish. And has a chance here to build in that positive line with Corey McPherson. And we're getting a nice square 5-1.
Now getting all the attention on the board right now is the 4, Peter Pang, owned by Melissa Rennie, Ian McKinnon, Joel LeBlanc, and Tyler Link. Melissa, the trainer, and Adam Murner doing the driving. A 5th last time out in Summerside, but a nice closing quarter.
Pang Shui Gelding freshened up with a solid qualifier, then finished an even 5th in the comebacker behind Halmac exclusive. He draws better to crank it up for the potent combo. Already with a win tonight, Adam Murner and Melissa Rennie. 8-5. The board speaks loud and clear.
All right, now we're getting a look at the 2. Wizard, Jason Hughes having a really great week here in Charlottetown. Alan McDonald and Kent Williams share ownership of this 2-year-old Stonebridge Terror Gelding. And off that PEI Colt Stake trip last time out, you have to like him here.
Yeah, Stonebridge Terror Gelding took several qualifiers to get his act together, and looks like it is together. A runner-up to a runaway winner, Little Leroy, in his debut at Summerside. He draws inside here. Chance to crank it up another notch at 2-1. Jason Hughes looking to double up tonight. Wizard.
And Wizard is a brother to Whistler, who was a really good horse out of the Jason Hughes stable. And Wizard, see him with that blue shadow roll and those Shady Daisy twist ties on his shadow roll there. So Jason Hughes had success back in the day with a really nice classy campaigner in Denashton Nukes wearing that Shady Daisy shadow roll, and looks like it's helped Wizard off that last trip. So we'll see how they do here at 2-1. Okay, the Metro Home Building Center starting gate is in motion here for race 8, Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old colts B division. And in riding along with starter Jeff McDonald in this race, we got Morgan Shepherd and Megan Lewis. So they're riding along here, getting a great view of the start of this race. It's a great seat to watch the start of the race from as we send it back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron for the call.
Woodmere Armor, Wizard, Mudslide Lucas, Peter Pang. Sword from the Stone, Howmack Exclusive, Dunson George. Top of the stretch. Here they come. There they go, up and pacing Mudslide Lucas, the first one out. Along the rail, that's Woodmere Armor. Third one to the turn, Peter Pang. Wizard gets away fourth. Into the turn, Sword from the Stone fifth. Howmack Exclusive is sixth, and 3 High seventh. That's Dunsan George. Up the backstretch they go. Woodmere Armor for Mark Campbell by 2. Peter Pang is sent to the outside early, going to engage the leader. Third up the rail is Mudslide Lucas. Gapping out fourth, that is Wizard. On the cones, fifth is Sword from the Stone. Hamac Exclusive 6 off stride in the backfield. Dunsan George made a break. 29 and 4 was the first quarter as they arrive at the 3/8. Now led by Peter Pang in line to Adam Murner. Woodmere Armor goes second, up with the leaders third. That is Mudslide Lucas. Wizard has fourth. Sword from the Stone is moving fifth. Hamac Exclusive is now sixth. And trailing the field, Dunsan George at the midway point. Peter Pang in 59 and 4. Woodmere Armor is second. There goes Mudslide Lucas to the outside third. Coming fourth on the outside, Sword from the Stone. At the rail fifth, that is Wizard. Moving up sixth on the outside, Hamac Exclusive. And trailing the field, Dunsan George, the three-quarters coming next. And it's Peter Pang, the leader there. Woodmere Armor along the rail is second. From the outside third, Mudslide Lucas. Coming three wide fourth, Sword from the Stone. Wizard up the rail fifth. 3/4 and 90 seconds flat, eighth of a mile to go. And it's Peter Pang to bring him home. Sword from the Stone is second. Woodmere Armor at the rail third. Hamac Exclusive. Deep stretch now. Peter Pang and Murner double up in the Sire Stakes. Sword from the Stone was second. Woodmere Armor is third in 1:59 flat. There goes the inquiry sign. Race 8 under a judge's inquiry. Judge's inquiry involves number 2, Wizard, and a possible pylon violation at the 7/8.
All right, we're going to get a look at the Universal Media slow-mo here for Race 8, Atlantic Sire Stakes, 2-year-old colt B Division. Peter Pang and Murner deliver.
Yeah, the Pang Shui gelding is regrouped. He made a miscue, came back with that solid qualifier, a nice even start, a good tightener at Summerside there on August the 6th. And tonight, he's on the choo-choo at 4-5, hammered down 29-4, 59-4, and 130 unchallenged. Again, the front end, the place to be tonight. Sword from the Stone rebounds off a miscue at Summerside, and he rallies stoutly for Kenny Arsenal to grab the deuce here. And Mark Campbell, once again, he's in position. Woodmere Armor planted up front, sits at 2-hole, and gets third here, fresh off the bench. So that one is one to watch for. But it's Peter Pang and 2 tonight for Adam Murner and Melissa Rennie.
Now returning to the 8th race winner's circle, number 4, Peter Pang. Bay Pacing gelding, he's 2 by Pang Shui. Off the Badlands Hanover Dam, Suck It Up, Buttercup. Owned by Melissa Rennie, Ian McKinnon, Joel LeBlanc, and Tyler Link. Bred by Melissa Rennie and the JTL Risk Stable. Melissa Rennie has the training double. Adam Murner has the driving double, both in the Sire Stakes competition. Colt gets a maiden record of 159. Peter Pang in the Atlantic Sire Stakes.
All right, here's a look at the ongoing judges' inquiry here in Race 8. The judges are taking a look at race in action past 3/4 here on the turn there.
Ladies and gentlemen, here's the results of the 8th race inquiry. Racing official deemed that number 3, Mudslide Lucas, forced number 2, Wizard, inside 3 consecutive pylons. With the 2 finishing ahead of the 3, there's no placings required. Here's the official results now in race 8. Woodmere Armor 3rd, Wizard 5th. Mudslide Lucas was 6th. Peter Pang, the race winner. Sword from the Stone was 2nd. Halmack Exclusive finished 4th. Dunsan George was 7th. They went 29-4, 59-4, 130, and the mile 159. In review, 356, 12. 4-7. Peter Pang paid $380. The exactor $1520, triactor $118.60, and the superfecta was $43.81.
The New Island Trot Challenge is presented by the Fox Group. The series will showcase the top trotters in action all summer long, leading to the fall finale on Atlantic Breeders' Crown Sunday, October 8th. So for conditions, race dates, and more, go to the horseperson's information at Redshores.ca.
Evening's ninth race, the Mary Jane Arsenault Memorial. Number 1 is Rock'em Sock'em Scott, owned by Gerard Kennedy of Marion Bridge, Nova Scotia. Gerard does the driving. Donald Kennedy is the trainer. Ashes to Ashes, number 2. The owners are Linda Summers, Tracy Conway, and Lynn Livingstone. Trained by Ron Matheson, driven by Gilles Barrio. Nanny Bernice, number 3, owned and trained by Janice Humbert of St. John, New Brunswick. Kenny Murphy drives. For Tradition, owned by Giselle Bernard of Bethel and Lori Hennessy of Charlottetown. Trained by Gordy Hennessy. Adam Murner's up. 5 is J.J. Patrick, owned by Mark Gallant of Summerside. Trained by Ricky Armstrong. Norris Rogers drives. 4 minutes wagering time on a race number 9. Everything you need for each race card. Go to the new player portal at Redshores.ca.
This island, it's a place of new discoveries that's been waiting here for you. In every breath of wind and grain of sand, one island voice speaks through. This is a land of adventures, big and small, and quiet moments to wonder at the beauty of it all. This place, this island, it's for you and for me. This place, this island, it's where your spirit can be free. Come find your island, Prince Edward Island.
Three to go here before race 9 is the Mary Jane Arsenault Memorial. Family and friends will be in the winner's circle with the winner. And Ken, you and I are in agreement here. We both like Nanny Bernice, 3-year-old filly by Art Speak. Driven tonight by Kenny Murphy. Janice Hubbard is the trainer, breeder, and owner from St. John, New Brunswick. And she's been rock solid lately and even great racing in Summerside against the boys.
Yeah, 3-year-old filly, Art Speak filly, is taking on the older boys here. She almost came right back to repeat as the heavy favorite at Summerside. Was right there third in the photo to J.J. Patrick, who she faces here again. Draws inside that rival, remains razor sharp, even money.
Getting the better of Nanny Bernice in the latest start. There was the 5, J.J. Patrick, in for a price again tonight. Wired the field last time out in Summerside in a sharp effort. Norris Rogers in the seat.
Yep, shifted back to Summerside. Norris Rogers changed tactics to speed, went all the way holding off Nanny Bernice. He's a versatile sort, looms as a serious repeat threat here. 4-1 option, not bad.
Getting a nice price on him. J.J. Patrick, owned by Mark Gallant, trained by Richard Armstrong, who's batting .462 on the year. And now we're moving into the 2 here. Nice price on him as well. Ashes to Ashes, owned by Linda Summers, Tracy Conway, and Lynn Livingston. Ronnie Matheson, the trainer, Gilles Barrio, the regular pilot on board. They just missed last time out.
Yeah, and they're bumped up a notch. The beaten favorite, he's been going pretty well recently. Suddenly tried speed, held second over and off track. That was an off track last Friday here, and draws inside again for Barrio off that nice speed try for Gilles Barrio and Ron Matheson at Ashes to Ashes at 9-2.
Race 9 starters are lining up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate for the Mary Jane Arsenault Memorial Pace. Family and friends will be trackside with the winner. Let's send it upstairs for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Rock'em Sock'em Scott. Ashes to Ashes. Nanny Bernice. Tradition. J.J. Patrick, top of the stretch. Oh, one little girl taking on 4 big boys. 9th race. Post time. The rough and pacing looks like a program start right off the hop. Rockin' Sock'em Scott will lead him out. Ashes to Ashes is second. Nanny Bernice third. Fourth as they move round the turn, Tradition. And the trailer, that is J.J. Patrick. So Rock'em Sock'em Scott for Gerard Kennedy. Here comes Nanny Bernice to pick him off on the outside. Going after the leader here in the early going as they race over to the opening quarter. Nanny Bernice takes over the lead for Kenny Murphy. Second is Rockin' Sock'em Scott, racing from third. Ashes to Ashes. Fourth towards the inside, that is Tradition. And J.J. Patrick trails off at 29. Second flat opening quarter. Nanny Bernice, the filly, leads them down the stretch for time 1. Rock'em Sock'em Scott goes second. That's Ashes to Ashes third. Here comes Tradition to the outside fourth. J.J. Patrick will follow out fifth. At the midway point, Nanny Bernice halfway home. Here's Tradition up to challenge 58 and 2 the half. Third at the rail, Rockin' Sock'em Scott racing fourth on the outside. J.J. Patrick, and up the rail, that's Ashes to Ashes now fifth. Up the backstretch, second and final time. Here comes the 3/4. Nanny Bernice will get him there. From the outside, Tradition hangs second. Third in the pocket, Rock'em Sock'em Scott. Then in fourth on the outside is J.J. Patrick. Ashes to Ashes fifth. 3/4 up in 1. 27 flat. 28 and 3 in the third. Nanny Bernice trying to close it out. Tradition on the outside, grinding away. Third up the rail, Rock'em Sock'em Scott. Deep stretch now. Tradition up on the outside. Nanny Bernice. Wow! The pair of them, they land on the wire right together. Picture time. Time for the mile. 1:55.4.
Okay, that is a really tight finish here in race 9. It was the Mary Jane Arsenault Memorial. And Nanny Bernice, as we thought, would be driven aggressively here by Kenny Murphy. They got to the front, but what a tight finish here with Tradition.
Yeah, the filly brushed to the top of the quarter, 29 seconds, 58 and 2. Here comes the pressure from Tradition, who's fresh off the bench, and a big, big qualifier for Adam Murner and Gordon Hennessy. 28 and 3 pressured, and it's hard, intense pressure through 3/4, 127. Down to the wire, they are noses apart. Nanny, Bernice, and Tradition on the outside. Those two together, and it's the 4, Tradition, nipping Nanny Bernice. It's 4-3-1. Rock'em Sock'em Scott finishing third. Tradition gets up.
There's Tradition arriving at the 9th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Gelding, the 5-year-old son of Always Be Mickey. Off the Real Artist Dam. Live Entertainment, owned by Giselle Bernard of Bethel and Lori Hennessy of Charlottetown. Bred by Diamond Creek Farm. Trained by Gordy Hennessy. Adam Murners to the winner's circle for the 3rd time tonight for the driving triple. The mile 155 and 4. Tradition to triple up Murner. In the 9th, at trackside, the Mary Jane Arsenault Memorial Cooler presentation. Here's the official results now in the 9th. Rock'em Sock'em Scott was 3rd. Atches to Atches 5th. Nanny Bernice 2nd. Tradition, the race winner. J.J. Patrick 4th. 29, 58 and 2. 127. And the mile 155 and 4. In review 352 14. Tradition paid $11.50 to win. The exactor was $34.80. Triactor $98. Superfecta $16.04. Time to check your 50-50 draw tickets. It's valued at $2,400. The winning number tonight, Q 165. 5817. Tonight's 50-50 winning number for $2,400. Q 165 5817. Good luck. If you're still looking for one of those starter shirts for the 64 Gold Cup and Saucer, oh, they went like hotcakes. There's still a couple or a few left down at the souvenir photo finish booth. Still have some. There's more to come. But why wait? Pick one up tonight. The 64th edition of the Gold Cup and Saucer, the starter shirts available at the photo souvenir booth.
Wow, what a tight win photo there between Tradition and Nanny Bernice, with Tradition getting the nose on the line first there. Wow, tight photo there in the 9th. The Island Ocean Series, Trot Mare Series, will feature the top trotting fillies and mares on the East Coast. Berkey by the Bay Stables will be the title sponsor for the event in 2023, and dates for the series were August 6th, and then they're going to be on the 27th at Redshores Summerside, along with September 9th and October 8th at Redshores Charlottetown.
Selections are in, and the consensus 3, Tobin's Chester, the undefeated. 4 for 4, Gelding.
The fifth and the final division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes for the 10th race parade. Be There in a Bit. Number 1 is owned by Robbie Hughes of Stratford and John Collings of Brudenell, trained by Jason Hughes. Mark Bradley drives. 2 is Howmack General, owned by Windermere Farms. Hollis Newson, Debbie Denny, and Jerry McKinnon, trained by Earl Watts, Patrick Shepard. Tobin's Chester wears number 3. Jason Hughes, training and driving for owner Donald McRae, Vernon Bridge. Resuscitate is the 4, owned by Back to the Races stable of Truro, Nova Scotia, trained by George Renison, Corey McPherson. 5, Roll Your Coin, owned by Tom Hollis, Wayne Burley of Truro, Nova Scotia, Mike McGuigan, training and driving. 6 is Harry Holmes, owned by Henry Pauswiat of Sydney and Larry Snow of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia. Larry does the training, and he gives the drive to Mark Campbell. Down to 4 minutes wagering time on race number 10, final division of the Sire Stakes. And Kurt and Ken and myself, we're coming up with our selections in the 10th. We thank Results Marketing and Advertising. They continue to present the Vance Cam. In the 10th, guys, I'm on the undefeated Colt 3, Tobin's Chester. 4 lifetime starts, and the Blue Knight got him to the winner's circle every time around. I see it again tonight. Going to go to the outside and get the catch drive of Mark Campbell on Harry Holmes. Paced him on a 57-2 over Summerside. Like him in here on the Campbell catch drive. Going to go to the 2, Hamac General. And if you play the Super, I'll use the 4, Resuscitate. I like 3, 6, 2, 4 in here, gentlemen. Your choices.
Tough to go against Tobin's Chester, the Shanghai Phil Gelding. Picture perfect 4 for 4. He's got speed. He can take control. He hasn't been stressed or stretched out. That's a key. 2, Howmack General. Maybe he's got a shot to beat him. 8-1. A Malicious Gelding who's won 2 of 4. Both wins showing handiness and versatility. And draws inside that main threat in the 4, Resuscitate, the Stonebridge Terra Gelding, who hit the board in his first 2 starts. Then he was left in the wake of Tobin's Chester at Summerside. He continues to go in the right direction for Corey McPherson. 3, 2, 4, and I'll add the 6, Harry Holmes.
Yeah, I'm with you there, Ken. I like 3, 2, 4 as well. Tobin's Chester comes from a great family out of the great mare Putnam McKenzie. She made about $300,000 racing for Dave Maneri by Grin from Ear to Ear, and she's produced some really nice horses. Carlissimo comes to mind. Tobin's Brownie out of the David Dowling stable. She was a stakes champion as well, so Tobin's Chester be a half-brother to those. So Tobin's Chester, a very well-bred son of Shanghai Phil. 4 for 4, closing in on $20,000 already in earnings so far in his freshman campaign, so I like him on top. I do like the 2, Howmack General. Patrick Shepard's been driving this guy really great. A winner last time out. PEI Colt Stakes action in Summerside, 59-2 for trainer Earl Watts. And I like the 4, Resuscitate as well for Corey McPherson and trainer George Renison, coming off a nice 4th there in PEI Colt Stakes action in Summerside. And if you're playing the Superfecta, let's throw the 1 in. Be There in a Bit. Mark Braley gets a call here for trainer Jason Hughes, who's batting .385 this year. Hot burn, so I'm going to go to the Be There in a Bit for my Superfecta. 3, 2, 4, 1 for me. Final Atlantic Sire Stake 2-year-old colt A Division lining up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's send it back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Be there in a bit. Hamac General, Tobin's Chester, Resuscitate, Roll Your Coin, Harry Holmes, top of the stretch. It's the fifth. It's the final division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes for the 2-year-old colt pacers. Post time. The rough and pacing Hamac General leaving along the rail. Be there in a bit. The third one to the turn. That's Tobin's Chester. Moving into fourth, Resuscitate. Harry Holmes goes fifth. And Roll Your Coin will trail the field. At the rail, it's Be There in a Bit at long odds for Mark Bradley in the early going. Here comes his stablemate, Tobin's Chester. Moving on now to take the lead from the outside. Tobin's Chester for the Blue Knight Hughes takeover. Be There in a Bit now second. Hamac General third. Resuscitate right with the leaders fourth. Back into fifth is Roll Your Coin. And trailing the field, that is Harry Holmes. 29-4 was the quarter mile. Off the turn they come and they straighten down the stretch. They have the half mile in their sights now. Tobin's Chester, the undefeated colt, is halfway home. Be There in a Bit goes second. Third up the rail, that's Hamac General. Resuscitate is fourth. Then in fifth, Roll Your Coin. Trailing the field, Harry Holmes, a half mile, 60 seconds flat. Midway round the paddock turn they go, approaching the 5-8, led by Tobin's Chester. Second is Be There in a Bit. There goes Hamac General to the outside from third. Fourth is Resuscitate. Roll Your Coin goes fifth. Harry Holmes trails the field, arriving at 3/4. Tobin's Chester the leader. At his wheel on the outside is Hamac General. Be There in a Bit is in the pocket third. Resuscitate is fourth on the outside. Roll Your Coin fifth. Harry Holmes the trailer. 90 seconds flat, 3/4. Down the home stretch now. Tobin's Chester and the Blue Knight are going to remain perfect. 5 for 5. It's Tobin's Chester. Second is Hamac General. Resuscitate rallies up third. The mile in 1:58.1.
Wow, is this colt ever impressive here again tonight in race 10, Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old colt A Division. The Blue Knight Jason Hughes put his undefeated colt streak on the line tonight, and they do not disappoint.
They have never been stressed and never stretched out, and that's the same thing that happened tonight with the son of Shanghai Phil and the $40,000 brother to Tobin's Brownie, who was a track record holder here. Tobin's Chester goes 5 for 5, 29.4, a minute, 1:30, unpressured. Some pressure from Hamac General took his shot first up. Resuscitate was second up, and in the pocket was better there in a bit. So it's Tobin's Chester remains undefeated, 1-9 here. Jason Hughes doubles up on the card. Hamac General second, Resuscitate third, and ice cold super for you?
Ice cold superfecta for me here in race 10. So the Hughes brothers dominate the 10.
Tobin's Chester on his way to the 10th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Gelding, the 2-year-old son of Shanghai Phil, is off the Grin from Ear to Ear Dam, Putnam McKenzie. Owned by Donald McCrae of Vernon Bridge. Bred by Wendell Williams of Ellerslie. The Blue Knight, Jason Hughes, training and driving. The colt now a perfect 5 for 5. Tonight, 158 and 1. And Jason in the winner's circle, your brother Kurt picked the Ice Cold Superfecta, and you gotta love it. His comment was, the Hughes brothers dominate the 10th. It's Tobin's Chester, a perfect 5 for 5, 158 and 1 at trackside. The Atlantic Sire Stakes presentation. Now the official results in race number 10. Be There in a Bit fourth. Howmack General second. Tobin's Chester the winner. Resuscitate was third. Roll Your Coin finished fifth. Harry Holmes was sixth, and the fractions were 29 and 4. 1 minute, 1:30, 158 and 1. In review, 4-2-1, 3-5-6. Tobin's Chester paid $2.10. The exactor $4, triactor $12.50, superfecta was $5.46. Super High Five in the 11th, coming next, 8 minutes.
The Atlantic Standardbred Breeders Association is pleased to announce McRae's Backhoe and Trucking is the 2023 title sponsor for the Atlantic Sire Stakes, and the Atlantic Sire Stakes season concludes with the Atlantic Breeders' Crown weekend, which will take place on October 7th and 8th at Redshores at the Charlottetown Driving Park. McRae's Backhoe and Trucking, the 2023 title sponsor of the Atlantic Sire Stakes.
Selections up here, 1-3-2. Kurt Hughes, 1-3-7. Post time picks 1-3-7 as well. Classifier's choice, a bit different, 3-1-7.
Tonight's 11th race, the Angus and Buddy McKenzie Memorial. Number 1, Melanie's Magic, owned by Sandra Stead of Montague. Corey McPherson, the trainer-driver. Number 2, Lobel Bruiser, owned by Carrie and Lois Saunders of Bible Hill, Nova Scotia, trained by Carrie Saunders. Mark Campbell drives. Hunger Pangs, number 3, owned by Suzanne McKeegan of Albert Bridge, Nova Scotia, trained by Blaine McKenna, David Dowling. Check Your Source, number 4, owned by Giselle Bernard of Bethel and Lori Hennessy of Charlottetown, trained by Gordy Hennessy, Adam Murner. 5, Wims Drop Off, owned by Carson Wilkie of Stratford, trained by Kenneth Wilkie, Miles Heffernan. Dividend Day, number 6, owned by Alan and Brad Smith and Madeline Perry. Brad trains and drives. Just Call Me Doc, number 7, owned by Gordon and Douglas Neal, Keith Ford and Ben Matheson. Keith Ford trains and drives. 8 is Selkirk Echo, owned by the Selkirk Stable of Belfast, trained by Ron Matheson, Gilles Barriol. 4 minutes wagering time on the 11th, the James Roach McGregor Gold Cup Consolation, presented by The Guardian, is Friday, August 18th. Ken Workington will get that call here on Friday night. Kurt and Ken will be back after this promotional video with the Super High Five.
The Guardian is the title sponsor of the James McGregor Memorial Gold Cup Consolation. This special race is held annually during Gold Cup Week and honors the contributions of the McGregor family to the harness racing industry.
In the stretch, Cadillac by Emma, Twin V Tough Enough, Legion Sealster on the inside and Batter of Hanover, Cadillac by Emma, Twin V Tough Enough, final surge, Twin V Tough Enough, an amazing 151-1.
Don't miss this year's race, scheduled for Friday, August 18th at Redshores, Charlottetown. The James McGregor Memorial Gold Cup Consolation, proudly presented by The Guardian.
Okay, yeah, you don't want to miss that. Race 14 on Friday night. First race post is 7 p.m. and race 14 is the James Roach McGregor Memorial Purse 30,000. Rockabilly Rebel on the rail. Y.S. Mathis from post 2. Batter Up Hanover is post 3. Bonus round post 4. No Plan Intended from post 5. Bet 'em Again has post 6. Living the Beach Life post 7. Bayfield Beach post 8. And Repeal or Replace will trail from post 9. Ken, great call last year. You'll be calling it again. It's going to be quite a race.
Yeah, that one's, you could throw a blanket over that field. That is a complete toss-up. That'll be tough to handicap. Right here, we've got the one Melanie's Magic, a good price at 7-1. It dipped back down to this level, suddenly tried speed, finished a solid third over an off-track, a third last Friday, so it's logical to expect a similar aggressive effort from the rail tonight. We added the 3 Hunger Pangs, a beaten favorite, altered tactics, dictated a rated pace, came up just a length shy at Summerside and draws a bit better here for David Dowling looking to double up. And the 2 Lobel Bruiser, who shows a 157.3 blowout back on July 9th at Truro. Set the pace, faded to 4th over the off-track last Friday. We'll give him that. Post 2 again. And retains Mark Campbell looking for the triple. 1-3-2. And to complete the high 5-7, Just Call Me Doc. And the even money favorite with the drop in class here, Selkirk Echo. 1-3-2-7-8.
Yeah, I like the same 5, Ken. Just a little different order. I do like the 1 and 3 for first and second for the reasons you mentioned, but I'm going to throw in the 2 for third. I like, the 7 for third. Just Call Me Doc and Keith Ford. They leave from post 7. A good second last time out. So I like 1-3-7. And for the super high 5 players, I'm going to go 2-8. So I like 1-3-7-2-8. Ken Workington, he likes 1-3-2-7-8. Good luck with your super high 5 plays and all the other exotics we have here in our finale. Good luck with your selections here in the 11th. Okay, it's finale time here in Charlottetown. The Angus and Buddy Mackenzie Memorial Pace is race 11. Family and friends will be trackside with the winner as they're lining up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Upstairs for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Melanie's Magic, Lobel Bruiser, Hunger Pangs. Check your source, Wims Drop Off. Dividend Day, just call me Doc. Selkirk Echo, top of the stretch. All lined up, approaching a start. Finale time. The rough and pacing Hunger Pangs, the first call at the rail. Melanie's Magic. Crossing over third is Check Your Source. Coming up fourth on the outside is Just Call Me Doc. Lobel Bruiser gets away fifth. From the outside, Selkirk Echo sixth. Seventh along the inside is Wims Drop Off. And trailing the field, Dividend Day. So the quarter pole bound. And up on the outside, as they race the backstretch, Hunger Pangs and Dowling parked right over to the quarter. Melanie's Magic now releases for the two-hole ride. Third up the rail is Check Your Source. Just Call Me Doc. Fourth. Fifth is Lobel Bruiser. Selkirk Echo can find no friends here. Parked out on the outside, sixth. Seventh at the rail. That's Wims Drop Off. And trailing the field, Dividend Day. 28-3 opened it up. Through the stretch they come. The opening half mile is next. And on the lead, Hunger Pangs halfway home. Melanie's Magic second. Check Your Source third. Then in fourth, Just Call Me Doc. Selkirk Echo did get a spot, but he didn't take it for long. Back to the outside, fifth. Lobel Bruiser sixth. Wims Drop Off seventh. And Dividend Day eighth. 7-3 was the half mile. Up the backstretch for the final time. Hunger Pangs leading it late. Second is Melanie's Magic racing from third. Check Your Source. Moving fourth is Just Call Me Doc. Then in fifth towards the rail, Selkirk Echo. Lobel Bruiser sixth. Seventh Wims Drop Off. Dividend Day eighth. 3/4 up in one. 26-4, eighth of a mile out. In at the rail, Hunger Pangs. Just Call Me Doc is run alongside. Up the inside, Check Your Source. Coming on late, Melanie's Magic on the far outside. Melanie's Magic in the final strides might have got it all. Just Call Me Doc run alongside in the win photo. Time for the mile, 1:56 flat.
Okay, we're going to get a look at the race 11 slow-mo here, brought to you by Universal Media. It was the Angus and Buddy Mackenzie Memorial Pace. What a trip from the 7, Just Call Me Doc. But what a drive here from Corey McPherson with Melanie's Magic as he angles out late.
Hunger Pangs takes charge. David Dowling, 28-3, 57-3, 126-4. Melanie's Magic sat a pocket, but was forced to go to the outside instead of the inside here. Corey McPherson times it just right. Game first over effort from the 7, Just Call Me Doc. And up the cones in the passing lane is the 4, Check Your Source with late pace. But it's a bang-bang finish. And we had a winner here. Melanie's Magic and Corey McPherson in the finale. 156 flat, second win on the season, and a season's best for this 9-year-old by Hypnotic Blue Chip, who was a world champion, by the way. Just Call Me Doc finishing second. The 4, Check Your Source, was third. 2, Lobel Bruiser, fourth in tonight's finale.
Here comes Melody's Magic to the 11th race winner's circle, facing Brown Stallion 9 by Hypnotic Blue Chip. Off the Jenna's Beach Boy Dam, Autumn Magic, owned by Sandra Stead of Montague, bred by Francis Azur from Beaver, Pennsylvania. Trained and driven to victory by Corey McPherson, the mile 156. Melanie's Magic, down at trackside, the Angus and Buddy McKenzie Memorial Cooler Presentation. It's Melanie's Magic and McPherson in the Super High Five. Now the official results in the 11th, Melanie's Magic the winner, Lobel Bruiser 4th, Hunger Pangs 5th, Check Your Source 3rd, Whim's Drop Off was 7th, Dividend Day finished 8th, Just Call Me Doc was 2nd, Selkirk Echo finished 6th, 28 and 3, 57 and 3, 126 and 4, and the mile 156. In review 145. 37826. Melanie's Magic 590 to win. Exactor 5040. Triactor 323.90. Late Daily Double. Paid 720, and the Super High Five is out there at 537.21. And that completes our live presentation tonight here at the Driving Park. We're right back tomorrow, 7 o'clock, opening post time. Tonight's Par Mutual handle, $130,694. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the Charlottetown Driving Park, thanking you for joining us. This is Vance Cameron, bidding you a safe journey home.